So, hello everybody. Nice to see you again in online this time. This is the year 2020 is a year for online conferences, and like we promised, we come back with another conference in online too. Today we started the conference for Budapest. It's the 5th edition of conferences in Budapest, together with the Budapest Chamber of the Architects. From 5 years, we worked together for this conference in different places, in hotels, but in the last 2 years in Budapest Music Center. Today we are in online, and we start this conference in a week of architecture in V4. We named V4 because we're organizing 3 conferences this week. One will be in Budapest today, tomorrow will be in Krakow, and after tomorrow we will be in Bratislava for a conference together, Slovakia and Czech Republic. It's my great pleasure to introduce my partner, our partner for this conference, Mr. Balázs Csapo, the president of the Budapest Chamber of Architects. And of course, I will introduce our Share Society president, Mr. Șerban Țigănaș, who is the general secretary of UIA, and now the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you here in a share conference, and welcome today. I will ask Balázs to say something, to say a few words in the opening of this conference. Please.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome everyone in this conference on behalf of the Budapest Chamber of Architects. As Florin has mentioned, it is the 5th event in a row, if I don't count this year's webinars that we had in the first part of the year. And that time we're planning a physical conference in a physical form, but unfortunately the second wave of the pandemic has reached Hungary very badly. But good news is that we still can contact each other through the internet. And I would like to wish you a very good conference today, and welcome everyone again. As a chairman now, asking Șerban Țigănaș to say some welcoming words to the audience.
Thank you very much, Balázs. Hello, everybody. I'm so sorry not to be in the very nice city of Budapest this time, but I'm still hoping that we can meet again at a certain point. But at the same time, I'm very happy that we can continue and we can go on with our meetings, sharing inspiration, sharing different professional experiences related to architecture, related to the profession, related to associations of architects, and related to education, of course. So I remember some years ago, Florin, which is always inventing formats for our meetings and always evolving. We cannot get bored in this pursuit of nice meetings and powerful gatherings. I'm remembering the fact that we had, at a certain point, some invited countries. For example, we were in Bucharest, and we have as an invited country, of course, related to architecture, Ukraine. At a certain point, we had Poland. At a certain point, we had Netherlands, for example, with a group of architects, and with some debates and some binomious type of discussions. But now I'm really impressed on the fact that we can have these meetings today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow in many places. Of course, they are not very far, each from the other, but we can travel through this type of format very easy. And this is something we discover now, we try now, and we think that we can learn something from this and keep for the future. So very happy to see you, to hear you. Hello, Miha. I haven't seen you for some time, but I'm happy to see you again. And hello, other friends, and really interested to share experiences. Balázs, you have a long day today, but I think it will be a very satisfactory mission as usual. And thank you very much for doing that for us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So Balázs, I invite you to manage this conference and we'll be together all the day for this interesting and emotional conference, please.
Okay, thank you very much, and hello to our audience, hello to our speakers. And first of all, I would like to tell a few words about how this event should go on. We have 4 sessions today, and each session there are quite a few lectures, and some, of course, some partners are also appearing on the screen. So first of all, I'm now opening the first session of this conference with a video from Zumtobel Group. Zumtobel Group is a main partner of Share Architects. So please, let's see a short video from them.
Sometimes you depend on a special light source. It is obvious that these jobs require the right light, at the right time, for the right task. But isn't the right light just as important for you? You are the office clerk at your desk, the startup visionary in a co-working space, the designer in a minimalistic studio, the project manager in a refurbished industrial loft. At Zumtobel, you are the center of our doing when we explore new approaches to improve one's well-being. Our tunable white technology imitates the dynamics of natural light by subtly changing the color temperature indoors according to the movement of the sun. This kind of dynamic lighting has a considerable impact on people, especially in a working environment. Zumtobel examined this closely with Gruppe Nymphenburg by measuring various neurophysiological parameters. The result: Zumtobel's tunable white technology and controls have a positive impact on a person's well-being. They lower stress levels, promote relaxation, boost concentration, encourage work efficiency, and brighten moods. The special light, the right light, allows you to be more successful, more balanced, gain free time, and find inspiration. Discover the best light for workspaces thanks to Zumtobel's office lighting solutions and tunable white technology. Creating light creates inspiration. Zumtobel, the light.
Okay, thank you very much for supporting this event. Zumtobel is a very well-known lighting company. And now I'm happy to announce our first speaker, who is Desman from Slovenia, Danes Architecti. Michael has a degree from Ljubljana, and he had some postgraduate studies in Venice. And he was president of the Association of Architects in Ljubljana between 2003 and 2006. And as a member of Danes Architecti, he got a very noble prize of the European Prize of Urban Public Space in 2013. Michael, the screen is yours.
Thank you. I don't see the presentation yet. Okay. Hello, everybody from Ljubljana. This time not ex cathedra, but ex machina. The title of my presentation is Quid Tum. Quid Tum is okay, it functions. Means what next? And this question asks Leon Battista Alberti at the famous medal cast by Matteo di Pasti around 1450. Alberti's question, what next, is associated with the awareness that after a long period of complete domination of the Christian faith, the center in Renaissance culture and architecture has been lost. It is a transition from a state of innocence, of pure faith, to skepticism, from innocent naivety to the understanding that God as a universal architect, the garant of order in creation and society, has irreversibly been lost. Alberti is one of the pioneers of the process that through the Enlightenment led to the modern world. The winged eye on the medal symbolizes both the Christian god, the Egyptian hieroglyph of the sun god Ra, or Roman head of Pantheon, god of light Jupiter. For Alberti, who is known to be an illegitimate son, the sign was also a symbol of the father. In his treatise, De Re Edificatoria, he connects the figure of his father with Janus, a god with two faces. Janus is a Roman god who guards the entrances to the city. The meaning of the duality of the head is in the eyes, which look back and forth at the same time and guard the door from both sides. They look outside and inside, back and forth, into the past and into the future. Almost 500 years later, in 1920, Paul Klee's famous painting Angelus Novus was created. Walter Benjamin writes about this angel on the eve of World War II. I quote, "A clay painting named Angelus Novus shows an angel looking as though he is about to move away from something he is fixedly contemplating. His eyes are staring, his mouth is open, his wings are spread. This is how one pictures the angel of history. His face is turned toward the past. Where we perceive a chain of events, he sees one single catastrophe which keeps keeps peeling wreckage upon wreckage and hurls it in front of his feet. The angel would like to stay, awaken the dead, and make whole what has been smashed. But a storm is blowing from paradise. It has got thought in his wings with such violence that the angel can no longer close them. The storm irresistibly propels him into the future to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris before him grows skyward. This storm is what we call progress." Despite being created more than 70 years ago, this allegory is relevant today at least as much as then. The progress associated with the unimaginable quantity of construction has left behind a devastation in Europe and around the world that we are not even fully aware of. Of course, I somehow personify this angel with an architect who is torn between haste on the wings of progress, or, as Kohlhaas says, surfing on a wave of conjuncture and a tragic look back, which reveals on the one hand the catastrophe of the built, the loss of meaning, and the departure from times in which architecture was still a pure and beautiful art. That is a departure from some kind of classic. We architect regrets the catastrophe behind us, but at the same time, we cannot resist the call of the future where we are being dragged by a storm of progress. This split is actually the basic aggregate state of architecture. In fact, the denomination of product of our profession itself contains duality. We call it architecture or building construction. The word architecture has Greek origins, arche and tekton, while construction comes from Latin constructio, from come together, and struere, to pile up. In informal language, both words refer to the same object. So they are synonymous, but they have different meanings, as architecture means something that is more than construction. We find ourselves facing the paradox of a binary structure that is both equivalent and hierarchical, in which both terms are at the same time equal and opposite, in case one, architecture, dominates the other, construction. The paradox can be resolved in the realization that the word architecture refers to two different and not overlapping contexts. Architecture means the same as construction when it refers to building act, the buildings in which people live, or the profession of planning and construction. The meaning, however, is different when architecture refers to canon, culture, symbols, language, and art. Alberti was, as we know, the founder of the theory of architecture as well as of painting and more. The theory is, according to him and according to his great successors, a discourse which describes the practice and production of architecture in a way to modernity. However, the process of modernity did not take place without honorable resistance, from Ruskin to Gaudi, from Plečnik to Speer. So, different opinions can be found among architects about the meaning of the theory. All of this loading pushes the ears so far forward that they become shrouds for the eyes, described Edwin Lutyens' architectural theory in 1990. Lutyens was, we would say today, a vital classicist. In Lutyens' time, it was still possible to believe that a good architect was engaged in drawing, design, and construction, while the average taught and wrote. Today, the situation is similar. Writing about architecture has receded into the background. The more important is the image. Even talking about architecture is suspicious. The theory, as we all feel about it, has become marginal in the last 20 years. In the architectural world, the transition from the use of text to the use of image is so great that it has buried all those media that have not adapted. The internet is just an image, so are magazines. Almost no one reads the text anymore. If someone still reads, texts are expected to be short and fun. Essay is almost the only surviving form of theory. Will it always stay like this? Does architectural theory have no applicability and thus no future? The profession of the architect has burdened with a cult of genius driven by the principle of the architectural icon. Corporate capitalism, in which cities and countries also behave like corporations, is realized in space through the iconic architecture. there is a relentless logic at work that says that if you want to achieve a strong splash in the global pond of today's spectacle culture, you have to throw a stone big enough into it. Such a stone can be the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, which gave the phenomenon the name Bilbao effect, or the bird nest of the Herzog de Meuron office in Beijing. The situation in society and thus in architecture has come to the end of a certain period. We are faced with dilemmas that require immediate decision and action. We sense that the current path leads us to a dead end. This does not mean that everything was wrong with past times. On the contrary, we now just somehow got caught up, tangled in unsolvable benches. We need something new, transcending current horizons, limitations, and concepts. We are talking about the moral, philosophical, intellectual, spiritual, also health crisis, or as we like to say, a crisis of values. Otherwise, we really lack nothing. This decay of values, however, is embedded in all the layers of society and cripples its capacity for a healthy life, for a successful economy, and above all, for the happiness of the people. Rem Koolhaas' response to the crisis is radical and one-sided, as he says that we should pretend that there is no crisis and use its potential by surfing on the wave of the given, by coming to terms with it. That is, by accepting late capitalism and thus liberal market order as the only option. The philosopher Slavoj Žižek proposes the exact opposite, a radical response, utopian socialism, or even the restoration of kind of communism. Is it possible to find a path and space somewhere between these two extremes that would not be only a bad compromise? The causes of today's situation are beyond the reach of us architects, as they are based on the super-personal rationalist assumptions that determine our thinking and work. It so happened that we architects became part of the problem, as our project of critical thinking and acting in architecture itself became part of the instrumentalizing practice of liberal capitalism. In this sense, left-wing avant-garde and activism also become sought up in repeating existing patterns, which means that we ultimately support exactly what we are resisting at. What next? We architects ask, even today, as we always did. In order to understand the profession of an architect and strengthen his critical reach, it is necessary to monitor and respond to the emerging new social reality. We can react in different ways, individually and as a group with common problems, values, and goals. Can we architects still be a fraternity? Do we have common values? Where stands the architecture today? Not only practice can answer these questions, theory must also help. Of course, one cannot expect definitive answers. It is a relationship between action and thinking. That is, between practice and theory. An architect is a public intellectual and has the task of thinking about the things he does. In doing so, he must avoid ideology and stick to ideas. Ideas are the ones that open up space to architecture. And ideas don't come up from nowhere. We cannot escape the split of modernity. Aware of this, we can reach within what we do and what we master. We architects need our heroes to represent our ideals and embody our dreams. On the other hand, nations and states also need their own symbols, myths, and rituals, an important part of which is architecture. In recent decades, with the globalization of late capitalism, a seemingly reverse process has been at work, the formation of cultural nationalism. He advocates the preservation of national identities and is ridiculed by left-wing theorists as Blut und Boden ideology. We are thus faced with an interesting and somewhat schizophrenic situation of a global architectural circus on one side and an increasing local seclusion on the other side of the medal. If we are jammed and need to be reset. Resetting is a strong word that means erasing the accumulated and a fresh start. I think the question, what next, played for something else, for turning the rudder and setting the sails, for adjusting the wind, for avoiding the stern, or for heading first toward the shelter and then towards the safe harbor. This metaphor seems naive, but they want to remind us of the responsibility we all have for direction, for goal, for actions we need and want to do. Architecture, as has been said, does not arise from the stomach and is not reinvented next to every project. Although every project is a story in itself. In architectural works from the past and present, there are always patterns that are transferred from work to work. Some theorists have called these patterns typology, another language, and so on. It is not just about typology. There are often other less tangible and fixed characteristics that we transmit consciously or unconsciously. This is why it's so important to learn from those which are good, from good role models, principles, thinkers, architects, from history, ancient and modern, and contemporary ones as well. Those who are looking for new paths, who do not hide their dilemmas, who unite the past and the future, who take responsibility for their decisions, who are willing to take their chances. Even the most avant-garde architects use very old arsenal of techniques, as any good architecture is created through composition, tectonics, dialectics of work, of part and whole, light and shadow, materials, surfaces, everything that belongs to the 5,000-year-old methodology of architectural design. This is fundamental. We can only get somewhere if we know where we are coming from. And the last quote to conclude, I learned that architecture must come from the fundamental and driving forces of civilization, and to become, in the best light, an expression of the deepest structure of its time. The structure of civilization is not simple. It exists partly within the past, partly in the present, and partly in the future. It is difficult to define and understand. Nothing from the past can be changed. That is its nature. We must accept the present and manage it by our greatest strength. But the future is open, available for creative thinking and action. This one is from none other than Ludwig Mies van der Rohe. So this is it.
Thank you very much. That was very, very interesting to see this ideology coming through your presentation. And since we are a little bit scheduled at the start, I'm just saying that I do hope that we will learn some good ideas, some good images today as well, as you proposed just before. So now I'm introducing our next patron company, R-Aluminium. And there will be a short presentation from Milan Chuka, who's got a civil engineering degree from the Budapest University of Technology and Economist from 2015. And he's currently working as a project developer at R-Aluminium Limited, where he is supporting architectural designers' work. Milan, are you here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. You can continue on. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Milan Csuka from R-Aluminium, and today I want to talk about how we imagine the future of the designing. My topic for today is the equal opportunity. What options do we have if we want to design for a much larger group than before? And how can we design a building for a regular person and person with special needs? But first of all, we have to describe what we mean under people with special needs. And if we see the definition is not so strict, it's because if we think about it, anyone can be a people with special needs once in a lifetime, and we don't need any injury or accident, as we see in the next slide. What we see is a diagram about the people distribution worldwide. And as we see, it's not a so unique problem. Approximately 15% of people is involved in the people with special needs, whilst there is some group who have transportation difficulties, such as the older people over 60, 70 years and parents with baby pram. And if we think about it, there is a high chance for every people, once in a lifetime, they will be a people with special needs in a lifetime. And what we see, it's a many people. So the stakeholders have to think about it, because beside the human side, it's a very big luxury to lock out valuable people from the job market or the consumer community. The two main groups who have the biggest or the greatest difficulties when they want to leave work or do their regular tasks in the standard buildings, for example, the workstations or shops, are the people with visual impairments and the people with transportation difficulties. If you see the two pictures of the bottom of the slide, while one solution is suitable for one group, it's poor for the other. This is why we have to think in a unique concept. The wish of the higher space feeling and the wish of the higher transparency leads to higher glazing panes. And we can separate the rooms without almost any visible signs, which is very, very dangerous for people with visual impairments. But we can solve that problem if we use not crystal clear glass, but with acid etched glassing, or we can use warning stickers on the glass, or choose the high contrast color for the vents and the frames, and we can decrease the chance of an accident. When we talk about the transportation with difficulties, first of all, we have to talk about the handles and the thresholds. The positioning of the handle is variable in a wide range, and the optimal height of the handle is for the transportation difficulties people is 110 centimeters, which is good for everyone. And what we can see nowadays, we don't need to make any compromise when we want a zero or a low threshold door. The manufacturer can provide a wide range of product what's suitable for that question. So the current trend solutions, such as pivot doors or doors with high dimension, is all usable without any compromise. But as we can see, that's not just the regular doors. The folding doors can be built in a low threshold solution, even with big dimensions. And when we think about the most challenging solutions for sliding doors with high dimensions and very low or non-visible widths, it's what we see again. It's almost just a matter of choice if we want to use a zero threshold solution. And what was unsolvable a few decades before is just a choice of the design today. Even when we want a special solution for an opening corner or a motoric vent, it's all can use with a zero threshold. And in this topic, it is a challenge to getting through, but there is some organization whose goal is to help us in the decision making when we arrive to a question. These organizations help us with the certification system, which determine the most important aspects and use labels to support the customers to categorize the buildings easily. All of them is concentrated for one field. For the lead and the BREEAM, the most important field is the energy and environment design, the sustainable build and operation. For the WELL is the most important, the safe, the health and the well-being. And the fourth, the Access for You in Hungary, who fits the most for that topic, is just focus on people with special needs. They use a similar certification label system like the internationally known organizations, but they don't focus on other sites, just people with special needs. And when the designer get the equality questions, they can suggest a system and provide solution how can their building fulfill the requirements. And in the R-Aluminium, life is a very high priority to support our partners with solutions that fit to the LEED, the BREEAM, WELL, and the Access for You criteria as well. And as we can see, there is available solution for the needs, organized supports with the help if necessary. And most of the case, these changes doesn't need any plus cost, especially if we think about it in the beginning, but can provide a value increasing for a building. They're just small actions, what doesn't make any problem, but can increase the value very, very big. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I'm recalling again Mihal's presentation about the Janus phases of architecture, and it was clear that to see or not to see can be a question in architecture, because sometimes you want to see the glazing and other times or other people don't want to see the glazing. So it is a very good example how architects should face quite opposite needs. And thank you for the presentation. And can you say quite a few words about your personal work in Terasz Aluminium? Just
from the company, or what I'm doing personally?
I mean you personally, because as far as I understand, you are working for the architects in the company.
Yes, if an architect company need a special solution for their job, for their project, or they want something unique, they can call me and we can cooperate for a solution, or we can have with them for the the best solutions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Now we go on our closing lecture in this section 1 with Zen Guang, who is founder of Mozahu Architects in China. And he is the overall winner of ABB Leaf Award and the Silver Medal laureate for Civic or VEN Awards with, and now it is the tricky part, the Zisha Planting Pavilion and Planting Terrace in 2019. Mr. Guangsheng, you can continue. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Button. Oh, okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Guang Shenzhen, the founder and the principal of Shenzhen-based Model Architect. Today, I will share 3 projects. In the past 2 years, these 3 projects have won several international architectural awards. Among them, the Planting Terrace in the Experience Pavilion, project has won last year's ABB Leaf Overall Winner Award. These three projects actually have one thing in common. They all are located in Quanzhi Technology Innovation Park in Shenzhen, Bao'an. And they are part of this industrial park renovation project. 2 of 3 projects are newly built and 1 is renovated. So at the beginning of the presentation, I still want to spend some time to introduce the background and the design ideas of the renovation project. The Quanzhi Technology Innovation Park is located in the north of Shahding in Shenzhen, Bao'an. The white area is the location of the park. Thanks to the geographic advantage and the convenient transportation net, there was a boom of low-end manufacturing from 1980s to 2010 in Shahding. This photo is an aerial photography of Shahding in 1990. In that era, Shahding had a lot of farmland and urbanization was low. This is an aerial photography of Shahding in 2000. Only 10 years have passed. Shahding transformed from a village to a town full of factories and self-built houses. With the development of the economic industries, the beautiful wetlands and farmlands were swallowed by the factories, and many industrial parks roughly extended on the edge of the city. Both inside of the industrial park and the urban space outside the park become negative urban spaces. In 2008, all farmland in Shahding has been swallowed, leaving only about 10% of wetland and the green parks. Sorry, I'll go back to the slide. Besides the transformation in physical environment, the living style and the custom of the local people had also been changed by rapid economic development. Such new residential, commercial, and public urban spaces did not respond to the urban context and traditional culture. As China introduced new policies of industry upgrade, post-industry age approach, and low-end manufacturing industries was forced to move out due to the increasing cost and environment protection. Therefore, the old industry parks should be renovated to meet new requirements of the society and the market. The government also advocates to increase FAR of industrial land and to build high-rise factories. The renovation project, Quanzhi Technology Innovation Park, was started under the background of this era. Sorry, this is still not working to change the slide. Okay. This is a photo of the entrance of a park before renovated. The factory buildings and the dormitories adopted a box architectural typology in order to be fast constructed and save money. The scale of the building is huge, and the design is only guided by production efficiency. Our original idea was to renovate the buildings that were not demolished and to improve the quality of the original environment, creating a positive public urban space for all the residents. Meanwhile, we hoped that we could merge the architectural space with the local community by reforming the green humanity space. In addition to the shading function of the facade, we also created pilotis space to respond to the subtropical climate of Shenzhen. Different types. Oh, it's so bad. It's out of control. The slide. 为什么没有？哦，我知道了，它点一下就会。
你会换一张。
The three projects I talk about next are the red parts in the diagram. They play an important role in the entire public space system of the park. The planting terrace and the experience pavilion are at the core of the park. The living art pavilion is at the entrance of the park. The Zhi Art Museum is in the middle, connecting the other two, enhancing the artistic and the cultural atmosphere of the entire park. First, I will introduce the planting terrace and the experience pavilion project. In the original site layout, there is an outdoor parking lot in the west next to the courtyard. In order to meet the demand for parking and to improve the spatial quality of the courtyard, we created a large landscape terrace, which covers the parking lot. Connecting by the steps, this large terrace becomes an extension of the courtyard. The courtyard and the planting terrace established the public space system of different levels, and the steps could also provide seats for audience when outdoor activities are held in the courtyard. The concrete planting chops are randomly placed on terrace, where people can plant various crops and shrubs, depending on their individual preference, so that these crops and shrubs create interesting and vivid landscape. The big hole on the terrace provides better sunlight for the parking lot below, and the cinnamon camphor in the middle of the hole also provides greenery for parking. There were more than 100 planting chops filled with various plants, ranging from crops, flowers, to succulents, hydrophytes, and herbs. The planting terrace was like a small botanic museum, providing a place for people to learn about different plants and crops. Meanwhile, the partially raised slopes of the terrace and the scattered planting chops jointly create a playground space for children to run and play. And because the planting terrace faces west at dusk, the plants can provide a beautiful scene under the setting sun. In the northeast of terrace, there is also a planting experience pavilion made of exposed concrete, which brings plant lovers together to learn from one another. The first floor is a public space for exhibition, communication, and lectures. The second floor is a planting and a training space. The cantilever staircase and the hanging floor in the building make it light and delicate. At the same time, the two entrances with different levels in this building create a closer connection among the terrace, the interior space, and the courtyard. The two-story height green vegetation wall exhibits various plants, while the two-story height space becomes learning place for people to communicate and interact with each other. The planting terrace and the experience pavilion are important places with humanity spirit in the park. Shatin's traditional planting culture has become a medium for community building in a new way. The planting terrace and experience pavilion is not only a place for vibrant public activities, but also a place for inheriting traditions and memories. Next, I will talk about Living Up Pavilion project. The programs of the building consist of an independent furniture store and a tea house. The pavilion faces the expressway in the north, with the row of terminalis mentally right outside the northern walls. The northern walls are specially designed at different heights, which not only lower the impact of noises from the expressway, but also create a beautiful space inside with the terminalis mentally. The prototype of Living Art Pavilion are referring to elements of traditional dwellings in Shatin, sloping roof, and a courtyard space. Each unit block is composed of courtyard and unidirectional roof buildings. The whole building is composed of 6 unit blocks. The independent furniture store is composed of 4 unit blocks in the west, while the other 2 unit blocks near the entrance plaza functions as a tea house. The middle 2 unit blocks are combined into one to provide large exhibition space for the furniture store. And also the main entrance of furniture store locates in this unit. The roof structure of the building uses concrete rib beams. They can enhance the aerial perspective effect of the sloping roof. At the same time, The exposed concrete beams retain the wood texture of the pine formwork. This is the floor plan, and you can see the courtyard space of adjacent units is arranged in the north or south alternatively. With the change of heights of walls and the sloping beams, trees in the courtyards appear indistinctly. In addition, under the terminalis mentally, the plain white walls and the gray concrete roof tiles complement each other and integrate nature as well. At last, the GR Museum project is the end of today's sharing. Different from most art museums, GR Museum is not an independent building. Instead, its two-floor space was transformed from a part of an originally concrete plant. Facade of the museum is decorated with steel plates with natural uneven textures, which respond to artistic style of the museum. The museum is composed of two floors. The first floor has a hallway and a multifunctional hall, while the second floor functions as exhibition halls and workshops. Through change of spatial rhythm, natural lighting, and application of material textures, GR Museum brings visitors a colorful and interesting exhibition experience. After passing through the hallway, visitors will go into an atrium with two-floor high ceiling. The transition from a narrow and long space into a tall and high space suddenly brings visitors a broad vision. The stairs and the slopes in the atrium connect the first floor and the second floor. Walking on the stairs and the slopes, visitors enjoy a journey of art while they sense the aesthetics and the interest of the architectural space before the exhibition. Alternation between the stairways and the slopes make people feel different rhythms and paces during walking. People interact with each other by gazing, following, make fun from time to time, which is a way to develop the relationship between the audience. At the same time, different from conventional beam stairway, the stair steps and the sideboards comprise a box structure of a steel plate stair with a structural aesthetics. The exhibition hall on the second floor is divided into several exhibition halls of different sizes according to the location of the pillars and the functions of the halls. The exhibition halls are not all closed and opaque indoor spaces. Some exhibition halls adjacent to an exterior have boldly preserved the glass curtain wall. On one hand, these exhibition halls can use shade curtain to meet the requirements of dark space. On the other hand, it it not only brings out the natural scenery into the exhibition space, but also artists can take advantage of natural lights to arrange exhibition, provides a different viewing experience for visitors. Like one of the exhibition, a Chinese painting artist used rice paper to achieve a very special exhibition hall effect. So thank you all the audiences. Today my sharing is over. I'm sorry the slides is not working very smoothly.
Thank you very much. We absolutely appreciate that. Technical problems always appear when we try to reach so far away. And on the other hand, it was a very nice presentation. After all, with this very simple, let's say, quiet architecture of yours, but very rich in context. And I do like this slight movement of what you're using, just one or two angles, and that makes the whole building move. And especially this small pavilion with these courtyards were very, very nice for me as some kind of an archetype of Chinese living, as we see from the movies. Okay. Thank you very much. I have one question for you. That how long did it take to accomplish all these 3 projects?
You mean the whole project, the renovation project?
Yeah, the whole project.
Actually, it takes 2 years to design, because we not only design the architecture, we also design the interior and the landscape.
And the building itself?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the whole renovation project is 40,000 square meters.
That's very nice. Okay, thank you very much. Now we have to move on because time is running. I have to open the second session. And again, with the short movie from our partner, Zumtobel Group. And please, if you could start the movie, it would be very nice.
Incoming natural daylight is integrated in a perfect way. Every single luminaire adds just the right amount of artificial light. Luminaires closer to the windows can be dimmed down or even turned off if not needed. With this concept, constant light levels are realized and energy savings of up to 80% are feasible. Zumtobel. The light.
Okay, now we move on with our next speaker, who is Mr. Peter Bordash. He is founder and executive director of Bordash Studios in Hungary. Peter has a great experience in solving high complexity projects creatively. And also the company has a very rich experience in design competitions. Peter, thank you for joining us, and please go on with your presentation.
Okay, hello. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, super. Thank you very much. So, yes, just a moment. Somehow I couldn't step forward.
Please double click on the screen.
Just a moment.
Please double click on the screen.
If you could double click on your screen, Peter, maybe that's the
Yes, I did it. Ah, okay, super. Thank you very much. Okay, super. So I'm sorry. So I'm Peter Bordash. I'm the founder of the Board Architecture Studio in Budapest and the Board Studio GmbH in Zurich. First, I would like to give a presentation for you about Debrecen, which is the second biggest city in Hungary. For me, that's a really important city because in the last 8 years, we could realize really good projects here. And the structure of the city is really interesting. So it is located on the big flat in Hungary, which is a flat and dry area. So everybody could ask, why is it a big city here in Hungary? Because it is in the middle of the big nothing. But in the ancient time, it was really important intersection of the most important trade roads. So the the city structure looks like as a Pac-Man, and every Pac-Man eats something. Here, the Pac-Man eats a forest.
Hello?
The forest, it's really interesting situation in this city because it is really close to the city center. You can see a horizontal line, which is a railway line in Debrecen, and a vertical line, which is the main street, the city center. The city center and the forest, it's really interesting relationships because these are only 1 kilometer far from each other. And of course, the forest is a natural protected area. In Debrecen, everything is big, like the big forest, the big church, the big station, and maybe, in my opinion, somehow the Big Bang originally was here. So, but another really important area of this city, next to the big forest, is the area of university, what you can see in orange. Originally, the university used some part of the big forest. The university is 500 years old and the biggest in Hungary. And after the university in 1930, the city started to develop another part of the forest, which is this red area. They established here the first stadium of Hungary. They established here thermal baths and everything which was important to entertain the citizens of Debrecen. But after the Second World War, everybody forgot this area, and this old stadium and then the baths and everything until 2000 became an abandoned area. After 2012, we started to develop the big forest and create this red line, which is that part, the skin of this protected forest, what we started to use to build new venue, renew the stadium, renew the baths. The white spot, what you can see, those buildings, what we could realize in the last 8 years in Debrecen. And first of all, I would like to project some picture about this area when I arrived here in 2012. It was a really abandoned area. The citizen couldn't use the forest. It was really dense with bush and trees. This is the old stadium, which was closed in 2000. You can see that is not a city park. it is a real and wide forest in the center of the city. Of course, the thermal baths also during the time became a really bad condition. So they also closed this area too. But really important, these two venues is in the middle of the heart of the big forest. The first step to the revitalization of this forest was the Stadium of Nagyerdő. The project started in 2012 and we can open it in 2014. Of course, it is the same site as the former stadium, which was in the big forest. You can see this balloon, which is floating between the trees in the forest. And of course, we could revitalization the whole park around this stadium. My first idea was to create a balloon like a Chinese lamp in the forest, which could floating between the trees, because I wouldn't like to stand a fortress in the middle of the trees and the forest. I would like to divide into two parts horizontally this building. Above this lampion, this Chinese lamp, which could glow at night, and which could provide a venue for the spectators at the soccer time. And the level of the park, I imagine pubs, restaurants, and everything which could serve the whole surrounding park area, the city park, to provide a real service background and social background for it. This is the first sketches of this building when I try to find the situation for the people, for the different functions. You can see this arcade, which we created under the floating pathway because we raised up those pedestrian ways where the people, the spectators could enter stadium, could approach the football venues. This is the site plan. It is absolutely a small fragment of this protected forest. The two levels of this stadium, the left side is the park level, where this yellow line started. These yellow lines are the floating pedestrian ways, which approximately 8 meter height. That's why we could divide the functionality. So the social life, the park level, and the spectators, which would like to approach the football matches. The left side, the park level, you can see the green and yellow colors in the building, which is this pub, restaurants and cafes area. And of course, the right side, this yellow is absolutely the public and circulation area of the stadium. This is the section where you can also find the pedestrian ways, which rise up from the park level, and the asymmetrical seating wall of the building, which was very important for us because earlier the people that used to that when they are in the old stadium, they always could see the forest, the fragment of the forest. And on that way, when we create this asymmetrical seating wall, we have chance if the people who are sitting in the skyboxes, for example, through the central hall could see a part, a fragment of this green area. That was my challenge for me. That for me that was really important to use the modular size, which is this 2 meter and 26 centimeter, because when the mass arrive to the match, they are a really interesting situation because they are well controlled. They have to spend a lot of time before the gates, so they are really stressed. And I open this really low modular size gates to the seating wall to enter, to find the people their individual personal scale before they enter into the seating wall. You can see the photo of these gates, so which is 2 meter and 26 centimeter height. It is, as I remember, we have approximately 20 similar gates around the seating walls. This is a fragment of the balloon which is floating between the trees. And the next picture, you can also see this canvas structure as this elevated pathway for the spectators. Under this pathway, there is this arcade, and behind the arcade, this glass wall is the surface of these cafes, pubs, and restaurants. Of course, when we created this photo, it was in 2014 when this building was open, so that's why it is so empty. Nowadays, it is full with services of the park. This is also the fragment of this area and this picture. And of course, at night, what I imagine that there is a lighting balloon, a Chinese lamp between the trees, so you can see at night this kind of structure. The next project that we can realize, it is the water park, the Aquaticum. We started to design it in 2017 after competition, and we opened this water park this summer in 2020. As you can see, it is really close to the stadium, and what is really important, so before these venues were originally here, because in 1930 they built the water park and the stadium too, and it is after became a natural protected area, we could use only the existing site of the water park or the stadium too. So that's why we have limited opportunity when you would like to, for example, enlarge the water surface of this park. The concept was that every forest between the green, somewhere we could find a pond or a small lake, and where we can see water surfaces, green, and the sky. And I would like to pack these futures in one box. In the brand, the job brand name of this was the Aquapack, which means for us that we would like to compress everything in one building, which is the main building of this water park, where you can find green walls, waterfalls, and of course water features. And above everything, there is a really huge deck where the people could go sunbathing. This is the site plan of the building. You can see how this main building divides into two parts. This area, the above, there is an area for the family, for the children, and the bottom there is a relaxation area. The main building from the right to left side, we change the function of the pools. The first on the right side, which is the showcase of this whole building, to the promenade at the entrance. It is the R-Aluminium pool. After the second one is the adventure pool. After there is a swimming pool. And next to the protected forest area, we set a thermal bath for relaxing. Of course, we had a lot of slides between the curved walls. As you can see, if somebody would like to go from the children area to the relaxation area on the side, they have to go through this building. And when they go through the building, they always could touch a waterfall or a green wall. So it is really intensive feeling for them, for the visitors. So we have a really huge deck upper the crown of the trees for the sunbathing. Of course, there are some bars and pools there also. And yes, you can see on the right side the promenade before the building. This is the entrance street of this site. So the view of the R-Aluminium pool, which is the showcase of this huge building, and next to the promenade we have this green wave, and under the green wave we set a lot of restaurants and pubs also, which could communicate at the same times to the promenade and for the guests of the water park too. Yes, a detail of the R-Aluminium pool. Yes, this is the jumping pads. Detail of this sunbathing deck at the top of the building. The structure is very important. Sometimes these bridges on the air is longer than 60 meters. So yes, and if you would like to go through this building, you have to use these valleys. The valleys walls on the both sides is really intensive. One side is always waterfall and another green wall. The waterfall is interesting printed curved glass wall. We ask an artist to create an accurate picture for us, and we printed on the same size as and on the glass. Plus there is a thin water layer before this glass wall, and together provide this waterfall feeling for the people. This is a detail of the relaxation pool next to the forest. Also the R-Aluminium pool, maybe because that's my favorite. So the reflections and the bridges and the different structures, which is a little bit industrial, is really important in this building. So several times the people could see the dialect, the reality, and the reflection of the reality. So together it's a really interesting mixture, and together provide the feeling of this water park and the green together. Another project that I would like to introduce you, it is an international school of Debrecen. We opened this school in 2019. It was a really important investment of the city because of the industry. Because a lot of huge multinational companies moved to Debrecen, and they would like to provide opportunity for the leaders to set their family and the children here. So that's why it was important to invest in this school. In my mind, this building was a built symbolism, like a circle, because I think if a lot of people would like to discuss with each other, they shape spontaneously circle. Every point of a circle is equal, so it is very important. The circle for me symbolizes the universe, and because it is an international school, for me, the global network of the school is close to the universe, this globalism. So that's why it's evoked the idea to create a building which is a circle-shaped building. We set these small globes next to each other into a chain, and this chain provides the settlement of the classrooms. And in the middle of this settlement, we set everything which is the sport, like the gym and the outside sport areas. And of course, the background of this whole building is the big forest also. Sometimes we said this is a gearing because because a different layer of circle, curved line and slab has different edge and looks like gearing on each other. So you can see on the side plan also this. This is the ground floor plan. Of course, on the ground floor plan we set every halls, auditoriums, and offices, so, and circulation area. And clearly on the upper floor, we set only the classrooms. This is a long section of the building. You can see we push down the gym because we wouldn't like to disturb the settlement of this building and the concept. The top of this gym, we create a really huge slab to set the basketball court plus some assembly place for the children. And other than the slab in the shadow, there are some open classrooms. So this is the view of the building with this layer of gearings. And you can see that architecturally we started to create this circle with the building after there are a lot of garden for the student. And which is interesting, the children with their pathway in the forest finalize the circle in the forest when they go out and study about their environment. From this view, you can see clearly the sport areas and this huge slab that I mentioned, which is on the same level as the classroom. So through these bridges, the children could use easily these assembly places. And under this huge slab, there is gym, plus the outside classrooms of the building. Yes, the garden and the outside area between the gym and the classrooms. These gearing slabs were really important for me because through this different edge of slabs, we can achieve to sun and light could go through the whole building. And I would like to achieve that if we are standing on point of the circulation area, or for example, in a classroom, you always have to see the forest. For example, through this classroom, you can see behind the classroom the forest. So this is the classrooms, the circulation area, and the view at night. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peter, and congratulations for your work. And still one question left, is Mr. Pacman fed already, or you're working on another project in the forest?
Sorry?
So Mr. Pacman is fed, or you are working still in the forest?
Yes. So yes, this Pacman is a really interesting shape there. So it's nice, but it never could eat the forest because the forest is the biggest value in Debrecen, in my opinion. These old oak trees.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. We are again a little bit off schedule, and we must continue with our next presentation from Mr. Kozmin Patriou, who is CEO of Terasz Steel company, one of our supporters. And They are also important manufacturers of thermal insulation panels and zinc-coated structures in Central and Eastern Europe, with production units in Romania and Serbia. Mr. Petru, nice to see you again, and please go on with your presentation.
Okay, can you hear me? Everything is okay? Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. I'm Cosmin Potroiu, CEO of Terasz Steel, Romania and Serbia, but we are doing quite a good business also on the Hungarian market. I will not keep you very much because I'm sure that you are quite tired after a long day. So I will ask to put the presentation. Yeah, can you see my my screen? Okay, so first I would like to tell you a few words about our company, about Terasz Steel. It's not moving. So we are in the business of sandwich panel, all kinds of sandwich panels with polyurethane pure, with PAR, with mineral wool. Besides this, we have purlins from galvanized profiles and self-supporting metal sheets. Just to make you an idea, this year we'll finish with around 4.5 million square meters of sandwich panels sold in Central Eastern Europe. Having all this product together, we start to develop new concepts which are turnkey hall. So here it's a small presentation, a movie regarding our companies. So I'll move on with the presentation. Have to stop it. Okay, so as you saw in the presentation movie, what means Terasz Steel? Terasz Steel means 4D. And we have the concept of 4D, starting with digitalization, delocalization, determination, and development. In the development part, we'll discuss a little bit later about the new products. Of course, the part with digitalization, it's not something new now in our markets, and mainly, especially also of the COVID. The localization, we start to make the first factory outside of Romania, and we did it in Serbia, but we have also future plans in order to be much more closer to our customers. Determination, it's about our people. We are a young team, around 40 years average of age, and quite a very dedicated team for the markets. Here I'll move a little bit faster. And I'm going straight to the point because, as I told you, having all these products in our portfolio, all kinds of sandwich panels, steel structure, and we can do turnkey projects together with our main partner in polyurethane foam. We develop a much better foam, which increase with 20% the thermal insulation of the sandwich panel. And we put this all together in a concept of turnkey project. And this will help and will ensure our beneficiaries, especially the developers and the architects, to get BREEAM or LEED 4 certification. So what is all about LEED? Here I have another presentation movie for the main characteristics, which are 6 for this new product, this new concept. So, LEED in the world to come. Here you have a QR code, just to be much more easy to send the informations to you. And if you would like to make a picture on the skin, or otherwise on the screen, or otherwise you can find us also on Terasz Steel Hungary or teraszsteel.co.uk. Here are the main 6 characteristics of this concept. So, as I told you before, we have an improved energy efficiency with 20%, and the idea is very simple. Either we can, for example, we can have a 100 millimeter sandwich panel and have a better thermal insulation than normal panels in the market, or we can use for the same thermal insulation an 80 millimeter sandwich panels. All the metals that we are using in the sandwich panels and in the steel structures are top quality metals with 40 years warranty. This is another strong point of this product. Having all this together, we can reuse the materials in the building. If we do a building and the beneficiary after 10 or 15 years is not interested in staying in that place, we can reuse up to 85 of the material. And this will bring us to the reduction of carbon footprint, and nevertheless, in the end, to cost efficiency, because definitely if we reuse the materials, we will have a cost efficiency. But these buildings are created for people to make them better work conditions, and we have to be very careful for the fire safety of the buildings. And those panels are have a better fire reaction, which is BS1D0. So moving a little bit further, I will not enter in the details of each product, but from our point of view, the most important characteristics are the usability, reusability of the products in 10, 15, 20 years, 20% better thermal insulation coefficient, and a much better reaction to fire, which is BS1 D0. So in the end of my presentation, we did for this project, for this product beam object. So to come to help the architects with the systems that the architects are using, ArchiCAD or Revit, in order to make a better job. And here are some of our reference projects in the last 1 or 2 years. These are buildings all over Central and Eastern Europe, including also the Hungarian market. So thank you very much. I hope you are not very tired and I didn't bother you too much today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petru, and thank you for supporting SHARE events. And I wish you very good luck in the market in these troubled times. How is the business going?
For now, it's going all the year. I can say it was a very good year, the best year of the company. We were a little bit afraid in the beginning in March, April, but we managed to pass this period and we did a good job this year.
Okay, I'm absolutely happy to hear it. We are a little bit still off schedule, but not too much. And I have to announce our next speaker, who is Mr. Brendan McCellin from Jacob and the McCellin Architects from France, who has a degree from California and Los Angeles, and his master degree from Boston. The practice is based in France. Yes, hello.
Hello.
And they have a quite worldwide exhibition range from London to San Francisco and Moscow and New York. And they are also representing French in the Venice Biennale. So, Mr. McCellin, the screen is yours. Please go on with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for your introduction. It's very kind, and we're very happy to join the SHARE event. It seems like a great event for 3 days, so it's very exciting for us to be part of that. And I wish you lots of luck for your next 3 days. I think it's very interesting. There's a very interesting word you use. You talk about transformative. And so we were quite interested in this notion, this word. And what you could think about by that is what we would present is 3 projects that we think have a kind of possibility of showing some of this kind of idea. First of all, if we open the introduction to the lecture, we want to call it Adaptable City. And what we were thinking about with this was the idea that if what are the most transformative things going on right now in the world in terms of who we are, what we are, the events that are impacting us and have been impacting us and probably will be for quite some time. And what we've been seeing is that some of the most recent things, of course, are, of course, the climatic issues to do with climatic change, other issues to do with COVID, the new social issues which have been emerging around the world. Somehow all of these things are interconnected. They're not separate elements. They're part of some of the biggest transformations going on in our times. both to do with the climate, both to do with the pandemic, both to do with social injustice. And in a way, as you've been following, and as I've been following through social media for quite some time now, we actually have to start think of these things as all interconnected. Is really somehow partially one thing. And so the biggest question really comes down as an architect, what is our place in all of that? Do we have some kind of reaction that's possible? Is this going to kind of impact on architecture in new kind of ways, and what kind of ways could they possibly be? So of course, as architects, we're very interested in these things. And in a sense, it's also these things which will test us, and they're testing us now and testing us into the future. So that's why I was very much interested in showing you these three projects, which we're calling Adaptable City. I would take you through some of these texts because I thought they were important. Our work has never been about wiping off the old and building from scratch, but always about adapting. Today, when humanity is facing the climate crisis, as I said, with COVID, with also the social injustice, which we're seeing more and more becoming part of our discourse, adaptable design ceases to be a matter of the architect's personal choice. It's a necessity. Our cities can no longer afford the endless production of new buildings. We are learning to make intelligent use of the resources we already have. And that's something which both Dominique, my partner in Paris, both of us have had as a philosophy for a long time. We've been part of a generation that fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, is built with and often on top of or beside existing things. At first, we saw that as a kind of a pejorative thing, initially, because thinking, well, of course, the dream of an architect is to, take a piece of, clean, unbuilt and build. And the more we looked at this in Paris, we saw it as absolutely the first part of a much bigger movement that we should be making in the world, which is actually to save what we have, to reuse it, hence the notions of recycling, reuse, upgrading as architecture's new tools. In this lecture, we present three emblematic projects that we feel are rooted in that adaptability. The Energy Plug in Saint-Denis in Paris, the outskirts of Paris, soon to be the edge of the Olympic Village, is a prototype for renovating environmentally challenged 20th century structures. It is based on a modular prefabricated system that can be grafted onto existing buildings, upgrading them towards zero carbon performance. In the second project, the Living Landscape in Reykjavik is a new but fully adaptable structure that can switch between home and work, users with minimal adjustment. Moreover, this project will be built on a brownfield site, so it's a very polluted site, sort of unbuildable in the past. But times change and we are starting to remediate what we have been previously destroying. And finally, the third project is the Canopy. It's a project in Avignon, in France, which is adapting an existing concrete structure, building, into a new library, incorporating an energy roof. So the first project I want to take you through is the project for the site in Saint-Denis, which is the northern part of Paris, outside of the periphery. It's in a sense what in the past has been a fairly poor area, industrial area, and more recently in its history, it's undergone quite a lot of change. At the same time, still having to restructure itself and find how it can move into the future, but keep its population. And the project in this case, again, I'll take you through the next, if I take you back into the image, the image, I don't know if you can see my, the little mouse here. Can you see the hand? Yeah, great. This is an existing 1930s industrial building here that we were asked to keep. And essentially all of the wooden structure is an additional new piece that we proposed, hence the idea of this thing that plugs into an existing condition. And I'll run you through the text a little bit. The energy plug projects involves a zero carbon retrofit and extension of a disused industrial structure, originally built in the 1930s, located in the suburban town of Saint-Denis, next to the 2024 Paris Olympic Games site. So the situation that it is in is quite interesting. The building will generate its own renewable energy, becoming entirely self-sufficient and carbon neutral. Soil excavated from the Grand Paris Expressway site, which is a big underground train and above train site, will be used in the construction process of the building. We're going to be using it as an insulation material to insulate the interior of the building. A new modular structure known as the energy plug, entirely made of wood, will harness solar power and enable a system of vertical greenhouses, which are plugged on into the back, with a double function of growing food and providing passive climate control. So again, if I take you, and I'm going to skip some of these things. Obviously there's we're talking about, here is a lot of keywords that we would be going through just to kind of explain the project, but it's one of the C40 projects that won last year for 2019. Okay, so the site is essentially a huge EDF, Electricity de France site, a building here from the 1970s, 80s. And here is a very interesting, it used to be Paris's underground in the 1930s, hence our building here. It used to be creating through coal-powered and mixed with water. It's a hydrothermic power station from the 1930s, creating all of the energy for Paris's metro underground system. It was abandoned in the 1980s, and a huge site was opened up. It became a very important center for film. And later, as I said, this site plus about 3 times the size of the site will be taken over as the Olympic Games headquarters and essentially Olympic Games village for 2024. We are right on the edge of that site, on that old 1930s building. This whole site here was an energy park. And the building really was about cleaning a lot of energy systems, huge industrial plugs, etc., inside the building. So what we do in the axonometric, as you can see here, the buildings around the area are social housing. There's this industrial building which is left. No one knew what to do with it. They knew it was interesting to keep it. In our winning project, we proposed this kind of piece which both plugs into the inside and on top of it, and hence together creates a kind of a new synergy. And if I would show you the old building, it's here. It's a kind of a step piece, and then our piece is here. And again, in plan, this kind of plug running right down the back, which is kind of a vertical greenhouse farm, and then a series of offices, cultural spaces, restaurants, associative spaces, which is very important, which we're trying to kind of interconnect with the people in the quartier. And then a very interesting, huge exhibition space for different events, including basketball and sports field, which are collapsible inside the old energy hall space. So in terms of elements, the old building, the new carbon neutral wood, which as we all know is one of the best ways of incorporating carbon dioxide from the air, storing it, the energy wall on the back, the solar roof. And the idea that the project is essentially created out of a series of pixel-like elements, which we call the energy pixel. And here you have one of those elements broken down into its component pieces, thus making this kind of project here where the street is closed off to traffic. these pixels, which we propose to be first built along the street, which will be welcoming a lot of people to the Olympic Games. And then what we want to be building, of course, in a second time is this project here on top of the existing building, the gray building here. So these are photos of the model. As you can move around it, just get some sort of idea. This kind of huge solar roof. We have a lot of interesting partners like Saint-Gobain with a new solar product that they're putting into the project. We have a battery also, a new energy battery, which is being designed by them right now, and we hope will be ready for an energy storage battery, I should say, which we hope will be ready for the final phases of the project. So if we move around the piece, a view of the back, the energy wall. This wall is interesting because, as I said, it will not only produce vegetables and food on the site, but while it will essentially, it's south-facing, it will create all of the heat which will go back into the old building. And the argument here is that by doing that, we're not going to be using inside the old building any insulation on the inside walls, when we could be creating it from this, in a way, solar wall in the back. So we think throughout the year we can keep the temperature at a good enough temperature for people not to work here, but certainly to move through the space. These are other kinds of spaces, but it's an interesting, the plug over is not just, you know, in a sense, joining two things together and using and reusing, but it's also creating through its energy, solar energy, it's also changing the climatic value of the space without adding insulation to an old building. And those kinds of arguments are very interesting arguments in the world today. So if we keep on moving around, the next project is in Iceland. It's called the Living Landscape. And the project here was very much about a housing project. Again, it was won in last year's C40 competition for Iceland. It is, if I go through the key words for it as a project, the project was designed as a prototype for living in a local landscape that could be adapted to anywhere in the world. A winning proposal for the C40 Reinventing Cities competition. This is a mixed-use complex in Reykjavik with a minimal carbon footprint, a positive impact on its environment, and a condensed local ecosystem. Situated on the edge of a large regenerated brownfield site, this is slated to become an urban hub and a gateway into the new neighborhood. Living Landscape will be the largest wooden structure in Iceland. It also represents a new urban typology in which the city and nature are blended. This is the first project of Reykjavik's new eastward urban extension. It aims to be a precedent with its ecosystem typology of the living landscape. If we go on to the following text, I could run you essentially through some of the key ideas here to do with the piece. As I said, most of it's built out of essentially out of wood. It has a concrete base. Here we're going to be introducing into the site more or less a zero carbon footprint job site. Due to Iceland's use of clean energy, geothermal energy, we can do that and we can get our calculations way down. So it makes Iceland as a zero carbon project pretty much close to the closest we can ever get to a zero carbon building. So we're very excited about this. There's a series of interesting aspects to the project. On top, you know, it's noted that there's glass houses, again, with the possibility of people inside the building being able to grow their vegetables, but also very importantly, those glasshouse spaces, we see them as living rooms on the top of the building where people can meet. So they're very important social discourse places. The building will have students, old people, people of different age groups living in the building. The city wanted us to get rid of cars completely. and to privilege green transportation, a green tram, which gets back into the center of Reykjavik, which we found pretty exciting to work with. The whole building is designed, this is it here, as it's a ring, of course, running around the site with its landscape center. None of this is built right now. It's essentially a big brownfield site. This here gives you some sort of idea of what we were trying to aim for, which is to take a living condition and build around that condition, and essentially then propose this housing as a prototype that we could use in any landscape situation or scape condition in the world. So again, it's not just uniquely for Iceland. It's built into the landscape of Iceland, and it works with the uniqueness of Iceland, but it is a prototype that is that it can be placed in other sites around the world. So it's very much designed with these two aspects in mind. A programmatic breakdown, I don't really need to go into that for the moment. Basic plan of the units, an idea of kind of the scale and the urban situation. And then coming back to the outside. So essentially it's a completely socialized and environmentally, glass house space on the top of the building, essentially built around a landscape. And then within that, as I said, we're interchangeable. It can be office, it can be housing, both, or it can go back to one of those. So it's a transformable project. And the last project is called the Canopy. It's in Avignon. It's a solar canopy, a wooden solar canopy built over an existing concrete building. And that's what's interesting about that is that it's using a building from the 1980s and taking in a way, the outside of the building off. It's okay, Nicola. And it's taking the outside of the building off, cleaning it in a sense, to create a condition which essentially leaves exposed kind of a 1970s, 1980s building as such, and we have enough kind of structural inertia within the building to actually place a big, gigantic wooden roof over that. So what's interesting here is that roof, the argument anyway, is that roof is really a solar roof. It's a canopy. It creates energy for an earlier building from the 1970s, 80s. It's also a symbol. It's a symbol of a new life within an earlier condition. And the canopy for us is essentially similar to the canopy of a tree somehow. So that this notion of the metaphor of a tree being part of the life of this library is this canopy is pushed down over the existing thing. Obviously, what's interesting is it's about water recuperation, solar energy, bringing that down into the building and below the building, and then bringing it down through the base of the tree. And in this case, the base of the tree is really a gigantic bookshop. I don't know if any of you are aware of the earlier projects we've done. Like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, we were working a lot with wooden structures, which became bookcases, étagères. And in a sense, what's interesting about Avignon is it becomes kind of an outgrowth of some of those earlier ideas. And now really that canopy is both making energy and also for the storage of books. And I'm finishing on the last image, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandon, for your presentation. It was very interesting to see how this old and new material, the wood, can really transform our past, our leftover architectural remains, and especially these huge brown fields that should be somehow revitalized all over the world. And we see how the production transforms and how many mess we have to clear up. So thank you again for it. What are your expectations with the Vadan structure? With it, is it a new material of our world? So I've seen a 7-story building there.
Well, it's interesting in the sense that it's not, the material is not new, but what we're doing with the material is new. So what we're doing with cross-laminating and what we're doing with laminating woods now, in the way with the glues we're using and the process by which we're laminating them, we're making some extremely interesting, incredibly tough structures with them. We were never able to do that before. And so, that's a double answer to your question. No, it's an ancient material, obviously, but yes, what we're doing with it, we've in transforming it for quite a while. Somehow we've been transforming wood, and of course it meets this really interesting crossroads where it now is considered to be one of the best ways of storing carbon in the world. So it becomes all of a sudden incredibly interesting material that we can recognize scientifically as being, appropriate for this period. So it's a very interesting material in that sense.
Yeah, I believe so. And it is quite interesting because lamination is not a new technique, but somehow it is a renaissance with this structure.
Yeah, it's a combination of things. It's the ways in which we're laminating. It's the glues by which we're laminating, where all of that is sped up and been revolutionized. So the techniques have been around, but the revolution has really happened in the way in which we're doing it so that we can get broader spans, we can get thinner dimensions. It can be made to be much more economic than it used to be, therefore also lighter. Therefore, we can get it from source to site more easily. Through digital means, we can cut into it in ways we were never able to and get precise joints, which we were never able to without digital technology. So it's the whole thing. It's like a lot of materials. It's a process thing. You've got to go through a long process to refine it, to keep on refining until it gets to be somehow extremely interesting. And then all of a sudden you have a transformative moment in society where the climate change and the necessity of bringing down those carbon levels in the world all of a sudden becomes incredibly important. And one looks around and one sees what one can work with. So again, it's a meeting place of let's say where we are in the world right now, environmentally and technically, and wood is very interesting among other materials. Here, of course, I'm presenting it as an interesting material because we find as architects in both, especially in Avignon, we can prefabricate the whole thing off-site and bring it into the site and hoist it into position. So in fact, the prefabrication off the site is going to take a certain amount of time. On site, the placing of it in position will be quite fast. So there's all sorts of calculations afterwards, which of course come into play, which are extremely interesting. Iceland will be completely fabricated in Europe and brought into the site because Iceland, as you know, doesn't have those forests. But economically, it is such a size, the building, that we can get those figures way down, and it actually becomes very interesting and quite competitive. So of course that's where it's interesting and quite exciting to work with all of these issues and try and bring them together.
And still, it is somehow a tailor-made possibility. So
it's a tailor-made possibility, but we're using means which are completely transformative and transversal and transcultural. And the materials are grown in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. So we're not looking at material, they're renewable materials. So that's where that's where the calculations become extremely interesting.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your lecture. And now we have to move on because time is running. And we close section 2 and open a plenary session 3. And our first event is again a short movie from Zundtobel. Thank you, and now I am happy to announce our next speaker, who is Mr. Adam Haton, founder of Spora Architects, which is a Budapest-based architectural office. And Adam has also been founder or co-founder of KÉG, the Hungarian Contemporary Architecture Center. And since we are off schedule, Adam, please start your presentation.
Thank you, Balázs. Thank you very much. Good evening or good afternoon, everybody from Budapest. I bought for today as a for project to show, and through this projects I would like to show you some things maybe about transformation as a topic of this session, transformation of architecture. How can I change the slide? Can I ask maybe your options? Slide by slide mode. Okay, so I don't know yet how can I change the slide, but sorry about it. Maybe I forgot. Where can I apply?
Please go to the top of your screen at View Options.
Yeah.
Request remote control.
Yeah, this is it. Thank you. That was it. I forgot. Sorry.
And then double click on the screen.
Okay. Thank you very much. As we one of our main work or field in architecture where we operate is an infrastructure or infrastructure architecture. So I bought 4 projects, as I told, 2 build and 2 competition project. Transformation here means that the transformation can be made on city by infrastructure architecture. And the first project is M4 metro station or metro line. What can be, sorry, I have to go back. Sorry. Okay, I go back. So what can be or what can hold transformation in infrastructure architecture? I think there is always some idea, some central idea, what can hold the whole project and what can produce this transformation. Here, in this case, in this project, we started with a structural and space analysis of the stations. The background is that this metro line was designed by engineers beforehand, and as we came in the project as an architect, the structure and the line and etc. was almost ready. That's very usual in infrastructure projects this way, but we said that we are not satisfied with this result, this spaces, this structure, and we tried to renew it or transform it or on our language, which can work also in the future. You can see this process maybe roughly on this diagram. The normal metro station in Budapest is tube station. The section of the engineers was kind of different technology, different building technology, but the result was the same space and very much empty space above. And on the competition, what we tried alongside with many other architects in the team, that somehow open up the space as it was possible in the competition framework, and as we won the competition, we opened up the whole system. That resulted that was also connected with construction technology, which was quite a new method in Budapest, not in the world, but in Budapest, this cut and cover system. And that had many advantages. First of all, the surface was very soon, in a very early stage, almost ready, and it was possible to give back to the city. These projects are last for 10 years even, so that's an important aspect. And as the structure was built, the station structure was built, then the tram and the tunnel came into the station. So that was the kind of central idea, to open up the space. And that was also true for the other 10 stations on the line, which was designed in the same time as Palacium Studio was the general architect. They hold together somehow the whole process, but almost all of the stations were designed a little bit different way. That the issue was how we can use this beam system. Here we did a kind of zigzag beams on 4 or 5 level, and that resulted a kind of Piranesian space. And this project was I can say now, after 6 years, that kind of paradigm shift in Budapest contemporary infrastructure architecture, and this new metro line was very debated because of the capacity, because of the budget, because of the deadline delays. But now, as I see, the architecture somehow saved the project from the total catastrophe or disaster in the eye of the people. I hope that was the case, and somehow changed. I hope, or it started to a changement of how we see public transport in the city in Budapest. But some pictures how it made, and the result is that. We also used, which was also not very common in infrastructure architecture. We work together with artists to improve the stations, and also it is we cannot imagine this kind of huge public project without art or without public art, let's say. And that was also somehow pioneer, I think, in Budapest. That this small diagram talks about how this architecture principle changed the surface on the top of the Fővámtér, and so as you can see, before it was full of traffic and it was not accessible for people on many parts of the surface. But after the intervention, we produced the skylights for the metro and a huge public space above ground. I have a night view about this part. And from inside, this is the skylight on Főván. After the second project is a competition project we did with Visegrad architect in Oslo. This project was a kind of result of the previous. We were invited on a public tender of the Oslo's new metro line Fornebubanen with a Norwegian partner, and that was the next challenge in the metro building. The central idea, how to say, the core idea was how to implement a metro station in a Norwegian landscape, or how to bring back the Norwegian landscape somehow, or archipelago, or lines or curves, and in the city. And it was also huge inspiration for us, the work of Edvard Munch. It started. The story started with our Norwegian partner. They asked how to use, or they asked. He asked to use wood as a structural element in the metro, which is a kind of impossible thing because of the fire protection and many other issue aspects, and we had to find out somehow in this competition entry how to use wood in the metro. And finally we found out that we can use it as a remaining framework for the concrete. The other wish of our partner was to make it curved, from curved lines, which is, for us in Hungary is a little bit hot potato, since Makovec Imre Makovec's life achievement or work, but somehow it was inspiration for me to find out how to use curves in this setting without to remain of this organic architecture system or works. And finally we came to the conclusion that we can make it as a kind of topography. Topography of the archipelago, topography or lines of the Munch. So everything suddenly connected together, and we did this structure.
Adam, speed up a little bit.
Yeah, okay. And the result, you can see it from the surface. It's that was how it worked in the competition. Shame. Okay, and also it was also important, as I told, how to bring back nature to the city, because this area in Skojan, that was the place of the station, it was a very quick urbanized part of the city, and we wanted to bring back nature, and we did it underground. We did a huge underground alley and gardens, above the station, and from the surface you can also look into the station. We called them monk halls, let's say, as a working name. The fourth project, I will run through quick, is a port building in Győr in Hungary. That was also, we operated here with sustainability issues, which is not really common in industrial architecture or infrastructure architecture in Hungary. And the task was a port authority building in an industrial port site. And we wanted to, also for structural reason, also for functional reason, to make a cantilever building as well. And we operated with this in this huge infrastructure site. And meantime, we had a much bigger competitor as a cantilever that was a factory. So just next to our building, because our building is very small compared to this. We used kind of industrial materials and this metal grid, which is also good for plants to grow on it, and also good for natural shading of the offices. On the top there is a watchtower and offices, and on the ground floor we have functions like laboratory, workshops, and this service functions. This is an office picture, and that was our last project in this area, or not the last, because we started another one in front of this building. The fourth and the last project was also a competition project for a new bridge, the Galvani Bridge. We did it with a French partner, Marc Mimram, and that was here. The key was the Szabadság híd, the Liberty Bridge, also structurally and also emotionally, which also holds a transformation itself, because in the last few years, in summertime mainly, but the pedestrians and people and the bikers occupied the bridge, and it was closed. It was totally car-free for days, for weeks, and it became a public space over the river. And then at that time, Mark was there in Budapest and saw this and thought, okay, let's do something like this in a Galvani Bridge situation, which is completely different actually, because it's much bigger than that. But as you can see, in the middle of the bridge, we tried to create another kind of public space which can hold events as well. That was how we transformed the structure of the Szabadság heat and scaled up a little bit, and that was how it born. But it was very important, the Szabadság heat as a starting point. Again, with other view, and this was how it should have been working, but that was not the winning proposal on this competition. Probably you will see maybe in the next section in the presentation of David Vitezi. So I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam, for joining us today. And we must go on because time is running. And I have to announce our next speaker, Mr. Miklós Lacka, who is a country sales and project specialist from Cove Sealing Solutions from Armstrong. And I wonder whether he is already here or not.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. You can continue on.
I request for the remote control. Okay, thank you. I will short introduce the new sealing company of Sealing Solutions, which not already new. It's a merged thing from two already existing and big with already existing sealing companies with both of them big history. Knauf bought AMF in 2002, and since this is a part of the Knauf group and has also a big history in Europe, Armstrong bought Knauf in 2017, and in that time was found this Knauf Sealing Solutions to merge the two words together. These two companies has already a big history in the sealing business, has already his own portfolios, and the Knauf target is move these two companies together to have a better and the bigger sealing opportunity, to give the better and bigger sealing opportunities to the architects and to the investors. Both companies has his own portfolio. Armstrong has a well-developed mineral portfolio and also a metal portfolio, and in this also a good mesh metal portfolio, and has also a wood sealing portfolio. AMF has also a good developed mineral portfolio, which also includes softboard tiles, and mineral portfolio on monoacoustic sealing system, which has Visegrad and has a smooth surface. We have also in AMF metal portfolio, which was not well developed like Armstrong's portfolio, and we had with Hera Design the wood wool portfolio. These portfolios will be merged together now. The process is going on, and from the next year we will have widest mineral and also other sealing portfolio to the architects and investors. We will have the merged together portfolio, which also will include softboard and wet tiles, and also we merge together our metal portfolio. We will going with the mesh metal portfolio also. The monolith acoustic portfolio will also stay. We will have also the wood and the wood wool portfolio. In the mineral portfolio will be the normal lay-in, lay-in solutions for offices or the not so design oriented things. But we will have also the planks and also the acoustic solutions, and also very good design options, individual design options for the architects, like the ceiling, which is now also building in the Hungarian ING office. We will have also the rafts, the canopies. This are the big canopies with an aluminium frames, and also the free-hanging acoustical solutions from the rafts, these colored rafts, and also the buffers as a free-hanging optical and also acoustical elements. Our portfolio will also include some special solutions, for example, the heat care solutions, we have a very good portfolio and well developed portfolio for almost every questions we have an answer to help the architects also functional and in design. Our metal portfolio will also include the normal usual metal ties, also with the and also the free hanging metal solutions like these buffers, but we will have also rafts in the portfolio. Like I told in the introduction, it will also stay the mesh metal portfolio. We can have a very good modern look in our buildings or our rooms like this. This can be also a canopy solution or a normal lay-in or other common ceiling solutions. From the monolith acoustical ceilings can make a very smooth and easy surface, which is very good and very well asked from the architects. Can be also we see here with the script F, or it can be also Okay, bounce back. Surface that we can have a acoustic active part of in our ceiling. We will have also the normal wood solutions with the planks, with the buffers, and also with many different perforations. We can have it also in many different surfaces. There are 6-7 surface options to available, and we can make also a custom solution like this little walkway ceiling. The wood wool is also a product which is in the Western Europe area very common. In Hungary is in developing now. We have a complete solution for it. We can use it for ceiling in offices or everywhere, or it can be used also as a wall absorber solution for rooms that we can have ceiling like the office on the right side. And it is also a colorful solutions. It is also a very good acoustical performance. It has very good acoustic performance, and it allow the using in also in movie rooms or acoustic performance. It also has a good or humidity resistance, and it has also a ball-proof norm-proofed, and also can use in walls and also in walls. We have this active, which are all size, what can be glued on the wall or on the ceiling. We can make a colorful wall absorber solutions. And also this solution can these curved buffers, which are very good option. And also we can make with an airbrush technique painting on the ceiling or on the wall. We are merging together the two companies to have to give a better solution in the ceiling business. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Bush, and thank you for supporting our event. And good luck for the merging process. It's always an interesting time. I know it because we are just after it on a smaller scale, so good luck for it. And I have to announce our last speaker in this section, who is Atan Kiml, founder of Kiml Escort Architects in Israel. And they are winner of RIBA International Award of Experience, winner of Dedalo, Minos International Prize, winner of ID Top of the West digital project. And I don't want to go too much in detail with the bio because time is running, and if you are here, please go on with your presentation.
So I start?
Again, thank you, Mr. Kiml.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Hello from Tel Aviv. I would like to talk with you about architecture and technology. And you know, someone said once that good architecture is about giving the client something that he never knew he even wanted. But how to reach a good architecture for us, we find that there are moments where technology and architecture, when they meet, when they become one entity, then good architecture occurs. And if I show you a little bit also throughout the history, let me, how do I control this?
Mr. Kiml, please double click on the screen.
Sorry?
Please double click on the screen.
Double click on the screen, thank you. So high tech for us, or technology is a generator of architecture. And if you think about, you know, the history of architecture, there was those moments, and those beautiful moments where technological achievements together with architecture in the Pantheon 2000 years ago, or the beautiful spaces of the Gothic cathedrals with flying buttresses, or the moment that gave us the freedom to do free plan and free facades free from structure. These are the moments where technology gives opportunity for architecture. And I want to show you 3 projects that we have to do with technology. So first one is the memorial in Mount Herzl in Jerusalem. It is a memorial in the entrance to the military cemetery. It is a very small site, and we realize we have to dig a lot into the mountain to create all the space that we need. So imagine a big excavation in the rock of the mountain to create the spaces, and imagine the ramps leading the public, and imagine the wall of names around it for this memorial. And then we wanted to reconstruct the mountain in layers of stone to rebuild this topography. And we tried to do it in a way that, you know, even the top of the building as if moves in the wind like a treetop of the trees around it. And you see how we enter this space, and the idea of how to bring light all the way down to the memorial hall is a big issue, and this was what we tried to develop throughout the design process. And you see here we decided to build everything in bricks. The idea has to do with the memorial, the way we wanted to memorize all the soldiers who died throughout the wars. So it is about the vortex, this very special shape that leads the light down to the hall. We wanted to enter through a very dark entrance and come into the light, and have this light pouring in, ever-changing way that the light pours into the space. And we see that we even keep this connection to the sky, and we could walk around this light bell along the wall of names. And the way to build this shape was a very technological moment, where we decided to build it in a generic brick, always the same size, but every generic brick gets a program of CNC to have a specific bolts and nuts in it, so that it connects very, very precise one to another. and keeps the right spaces in between. And we just imagine like a Lego. Those bricks are built together and create this vortex. You see here how the mock-up was built to study the shape, and how this shape looks nearly as if it's a nature phenomenon and not a man-made phenomenon. And you walk around this light bell along the wall of names, and you see here how it works in this section, and how the ramps were very smoothly carved and casted to create the space, and how the sustainability of the building, bringing cool air in and allowing hot air out, really works. And the idea, the brick as a memorial brick was one of the milestones of the design, because the brick also builds the whole space, and the brick is a brick that will create the wall of names, which is a 260 meter long wall. And the brick with the name will have a small light next to it and it will light only one day a year, and a yahrzeit in the day where the soldier died. And you see here how this element works, and how these lights turn on every day, different lights. And you see how the technology of the wall from behind, all the computers systems that orchestrate this event, and how you walk around the vortex, around the light bell, along the wall of names, this 260 meters of wall. And again, the idea of this beautiful light pouring in and bringing light also at evening time, where you walk out of the memorial to the outside again, to the city, to the noise of the city. This was a sample of one project that really technology and architecture come together to one entity. And another project that I want to show you is a totally different program. Of course, it's the computer science building in the Tel Aviv University. And the idea there was to create a building that looks a little bit like a cloud, something between the physical and the virtual. And this idea was one of the main ideas of the building, the architecture that led and generated the whole architecture of the building, this elevation and the way it will be detailed. And I will show you in a minute how this worked. So first of all, how the building is built together with its functions and its auditoriums and all the circulation places where scientists meet, informal meetings, which are so important in a building. And this circulates throughout the building. And once we know all the functions inside, we are looking how to wrap everything in one envelope, how to understand also which material, how transparent the glass pixels want to be, and we take the elevation and we analyze it, and we make it into pixels, into glass pixels, and we realize that the pixels could very easily allow us to create these three-dimensional elevations that are can wrap the functions and can give transparencies to where they need, and that can be even the windows themselves. And the windows, they are like a door of a bus. They are pushed out electrically. So even when the window is open, still the idea of the cloud still remains. So you see here how this was built, and we managed to take 5 different transparencies of glass to spread exactly according to the needs of the function inside. And we see here how this was done also through parametric design, and how these pixels were installed on the wall, and giving it its shape. And inside we have this circulation, this very special way of moving into the building, and the atrium and the seminar rooms opening to this atrium. And we see the building inside its context, its urban context of the campus. Here we have just to the left a building by Mario Botta, and how the building is at nighttime. You see how the window opens gently and brings fresh air into the rooms, and how the building is so festive also at nighttime when some pixels are lit, and it is a building that is inviting a party. So this is the second project. And the third project I want to show you is a museum also in the Tel Aviv University. It is a museum of natural history. It contains all the collection, a very special collection that the university has of botanical and geological findings, and what all this are in this treasure box. And the treasure box is a scientific box where scientists work and research, but it's also a museum. It's also open for the public. So we have all these collections, and these collections have to be researched, but also visited by the public. And the site was a site on a parking lot next to the campus. And and just behind it, we had a beautiful botanic garden that nobody knew of. So we wanted to bring the garden to the university and have the building float above it, and make an entrance to this botanical garden. So we have the building flying above the entrance to the botanical gardens, and we see here how this axis works, and how this building invites people to walk towards the gardens, and how the treasure box works, where scientists can walk in and do their research, where the public can walk around it and visit the building. And we see how the section works with the collection box, and with the laboratories, and with the ramps that lead the public around the building as a museum. And we see how the components of the building are set with the collection and the laboratories and the classrooms all gathered together as these components, as you see, create the building and form this entity all together as a research museum, I would say. And we see that the circulation is separate. The green is the public walking through the exhibition. The orange is the scientists going through the building. And here you see the facade of the building and its components. And you see also the way it's the facade towards the botanical gardens and the ramps that lead the people. And you see how it works here, that smoothly people are brought up through the exhibitions, and the south facade that usually in Israel is quite closed because of the strong sun and heat in the summer. And you see here that how the access towards the botanical gardens, how this building creates this magnificent entrance to the gardens, and creates this shaded area underneath the building. And the way the building is, you have these exhibitions all around you. The circulation is actually the gallery. So people walk in the circulation, and they have their exhibition all around the circulation system. So you see how the exhibition works as it is, and how the two components of the building, the treasure box and the exhibition spaces, how they work. and it's quite nice to see all the kids walking through these exhibitions. It's a very nice way to see the building, and you see how it works with the entrance to the building, into the botanical gardens, with these two parts of the building, with a whale, bones of whale flying above. And I would just, because it's an opportunity, Tel Aviv is sort of away from Budapest, just to show you, and I will end with this, another project that we're doing, and it is a totally different subject, but it is a master plan or a project of extreme density in the center of Tel Aviv, in the very, very center of Tel Aviv, where it seeks, Tel Aviv seeks how to intensify itself, and it is a vertical city that we are doing. You see how all the functions work here, with dwellings above and a hotel in the middle, and some office spaces and layers of communal spaces, exterior spaces, connecting everything for the whole city or for the community of this vertical city. You see how it is located right in the center of this metropolis of Tel Aviv, next to the highways, to the trains, to the light train, and the way these towers are connected and become one city, with all the functions that are different functions, all gathered together for this vertical city. And you see here these very special layers or connecting floors that we have in the top of the podium, and we have in the 28th floor another very special floor that is the hotel, and the hotel, through the hotel you can connect to all the towers, so it is a sort of a hub, and you see how it connects to the city, and how these spaces, communal spaces with the kindergartens and everything that the city needs are on top of the podium. And I would say that this would, I don't know if I have still time, but I think I will keep this project for our next share event, maybe next year, maybe in flesh in Budapest. So this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I hope that we have the opportunity to see the last project, and we are really a little bit off schedule. I have one note to your presentation, that today it is the second time when technology meets very ancient materials. And it is quite interesting how the new ways of building through technology can transform the canon of the how we use, for example, a brick, how we use, for example, the glass itself.
Absolutely.
But it could be quite a big Lego game, I suppose, when you put all these things together.
No, but what we find mostly is that it is not the thinking of architecture and then bringing technology to solve the architecture, but it is bringing technology and architecture together as one system that is generating one another. This is the way we try to do these projects and bring them to what they want to be. Not say, okay, this is a beautiful architectural idea. Let's see how we solve it. Let's see how we build it. It has to be together. That's our conclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand. It is quite brave, because sometimes I imagine how you should rewire this lighting system when the lights go out. So it is.
Sorry, I couldn't follow you.
It is interesting how you should rewire the lighting system, for example, when you put very new material, old materials together with new technology, but the technology can run only for a couple of years. The material stays there, so it is a new task how to renew the soft element of the architecture.
Right.
Thank you very much. And now,
Balázs, just a moment. We have a question for Mr. Kiml. How you see the future of the public spaces in the new life of COVID? How will be the future?
It's a big question. I work with students about it, trying to understand the acceleration of development that we experience nowadays, and we can be very optimistic and say the vaccine is nearly here, and you know the COVID will be sort of solved. But I think there are changes that have accelerated and taught us a lot, and I would say that. Not only public spaces, but the whole concept of the way people use the city, and the way we want to still intensify the city, but we want to give people, you know, the space to work at home or to be in their own private zone, but not give them all the I would say all the triggers to have a full life. It is definitely changing our cities, and in quite a remarkable way. And also the fact that we are now, you know, communicating and having this dialogue and this the way we do it and not physically is also very special. So I think it's something that we now slowly understand. And have to digest it as architects and refer to it in our public space design, definitely.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you very much. Can we go on with the presentations? Okay, now I will open the next session, which is session 3, as I count. Now it is session 4 already. And our first speaker is David Vitezi, who is CEO of BFK Budapest Development Agency. But beforehand, he was actually a civil activist at the beginning of his career. And later on, he was founding CEO of Central Budapest Transport, which was a municipality-based agency. And then he became Chief Director of Hungarian Museum of Technology and Transport. And now he is the CEO of the Budapest Development Agency, which is a governmental body responsible for all the public investment in the central region.
So Balázs, we are a little bit in advance. So Mr. Vitezi is not here for the moment.
I understand.
Yeah, because we are 20 minutes in advance now. So I have a little bit time for a short debate, for a short discussion, and waiting for Mr. Vitezi to come.
Okay, very good. Then I think that could be a good topic with this technology and material combination.
Yeah, Mr. David Vitezi is here now. He is logged in, and maybe he will be with us in a few minutes, in a few seconds, 1 minute. We will see. If you have a little bit time, I want to introduce you again. Our book is, the name is Design the Profile of the Future Architect. It's a book with interviews with 100 architects around the world. And I recommend all the participants to buy this book or to to see this book on our website, www.share-architects.com. It's a very interesting book, and I encourage you to have it. So thank you very much. Mr. Vitezi is here with us now. And
hello.
Welcome.
Hello, David. Thank you for joining us. Beforehand, I had a short introduction. So now you can go with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Balázs, and good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Vitezi. I'm the CEO of the Budapest Development Agency, a government entity which is responsible for the major infrastructure projects in the region of Budapest and in the city of Budapest. As you might know, Hungary has a quite different public governance structure from other countries in the Central Eastern Europe and even in continental Europe, as we don't have a regional government system. All the tasks which are usually performed by regional governments in continental Europe are performed by the central government, and we coordinate with the municipalities, in this sense Budapest and its districts, and we are performing in this role on behalf of the Hungarian state. Today I'd like to introduce to you the so-called Budapest Suburban Railway Node Strategy, which is a comprehensive 20-year-long concept and strategy for improving railway services in and around Budapest. This whole strategy was developed with the strong cooperation of the European Commission and its consultancy services, JESPERS, and together with the Hungarian State Railways. And it's mostly about improving freight and even foremost passenger capacities in the Budapest node. I don't know if I have the chance to step in the presentations.
You have to ask the control, Mr. Vitezi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the top of the screen is View Options.
And request remote control,
request
yes.
Remote control, and double click on the screen, please, after. Double click.
Yes,
Okay.
oops, sorry, I even jumped the few slides. Thank you very much. Sorry for the unpreparedness. So first, just to give you a little context, the population of a small town moves into suburban areas surrounding Budapest every year. If you look at the trends between 1960 and the current years, we see that there was a heavy depopulation of the inner districts of Budapest. It's almost halved in the central city, which is a huge challenge. This whole process started with the block housing in the outer districts, as in many cities in our region, but it was fueled with the suburbanization and the tourism of the latest years before this pandemic. So it's really a challenge how to stop this process on one hand, and on the other hand, our suburban areas have seen a population increase of 60%. And as you can see, the official forecasts say that we expect a 2.8% increase in the population of Budapest until 2040 and a 13.25% increase in the suburban region. So it seems that the magnetic force or the magnetic attractiveness of Budapest and its region as the largest city, not just in Hungary, but even in its region, it continues to fuel the population growth of our central region, which creates a significant challenge for transportation management in our region. If we look at the trends in the last 10 years, we see that there was a significant increase in car ownership and car driving in our region. From 1 million, the number of cars have increased to 1.25 million in the last decade. And we see that most of this increase happened in the suburban region around the city. And if we look at the current statistics, we see that every third car on the roads of Budapest are coming from the suburban areas. And at the same time, we don't have more space left for cars. All the major arterial roads are full. they reach their capacity, and expanding these arterial roads into the city center could not be a sustainable solution anyway. So we think that in this route, we cannot find a solution. If we look at the current state of transportation in the region, we see that almost 2/3 of all mobility on the border of Budapest is is this yellow chart here, is done by by car currently, and public transport only holds a model share of the rest, around 37%. Which means that while in Budapest, in the city itself, 6 trips out of 10 are by public transport, at the same time, from the suburban region through the border of Budapest, it's just a half of it, or a little more than a half of it. So we have to increase our competitiveness there, because the congestion caused by car traffic causes around 1 billion, or a little less than 1 billion euro annual socio-economical loss. And we have around 37 minutes wasted in traffic for car commuters every day, which is a significant social and economical damage. At the same time, environmental preservation, or protecting the environment, is very important, and carbon dioxide emission of railways per passenger kilometer is a lot better, or less than 1/3 than of gas or diesel cars. The traffic around Budapest causes 4 million tons of CO2 emissions annually. At the same time, there are health damages. Budapest residents live on average 1.5 years shorter due to air pollution. We are now living in a world where we concentrate every day on the daily numbers of illness and death. It become a very sad but daily part of our lives to look at these statistics every day. We hope that this pandemic draws more attention into the general statistical background of death and illness, and shows that a lot of illnesses, as you can see listed on this chart, come from air pollution in our cities. And this is a public health damage, a socio-economical damage as well, above and on top of the personal tragedies and family tragedies which we have to face because of this. And they have a correlation with the current pandemic as well, as we know that polluted air in urban centers carry all kind of particles and viruses easily, or more easy. So coming back to trains and railways, we see that while railways and public transportation should be the solution, we see that currently the lack of capacity and the technical conditions are causing constant delays on the railway network. In just the last few years in Budapest, we saw an accumulated annual 10,000 hours of delay on average. 13 trains out of 100 are running late because of the lack of capacity and lack of track quality on the suburban network. As you can see here, delays were caused by different set of technical problems. And these delays, because of their unpredictability, cause an estimated double commute time for passengers. Even if their commute is shorter, they have to estimate that it will be longer because of the unreliability of the services. If we look at the Budapest node core network, we see that, as you can see on this map, we have quite a dense railway network in Budapest. 11 railway lines are approaching the city. All of them are part of the national railway network. But as you can see, what's shown here with red, that means that they have reached their maximum capacity. And what is shown here by yellow means that we have no extra capacity, only. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, no problem.
Okay. So what is shown here yellow, that means that extra trains could be put into the schedule with not in the frequency, but just above it. So not every 15 minutes, but just 2 minutes after the previous trains, so it doesn't make too much sense. Currently, we have 42 trains per hour coming in the peak hour into the area of Budapest through this black border of the city. And this should be this should be extended because these capacity issues, this bottleneck effect, which we have in Budapest, causes that we cannot run more trains from the suburban areas than what we currently do. And there is the demand for that. And we have to make freight trains wait hours to get through the city as well. If we look at the bottlenecks on the current network, we see that we have 3 terminal stations, the head stations, the old ones, which are beautiful. We love them. They have their own architectural quality, but they act as a dead-end street for trains. All trains have to go there, and then they have to turn around and go back to the other direction, which was traditionally how railways worked in the late 19th century and the early 20th century. But many cities since then discovered that for suburban rail operations, this is not the most useful way to operate trains. So we have this problem of the terminal stations and their capacity, and there are only 2 bridges to cross the Danube. One of them on the north is just for suburban trains, and only one, which is this one bridge in south here. That's part of 3 trans-European corridors at the same time because it connects Ukraine, Romania, Eastern Hungary to the whole Western European rail network. So the Budapest lack of capacity and obsolete system is a huge problem. And the axis here, which you see on the map, shows that in the last 100 years, no new stations and stops were built in the major junctions where public transportation and urban transportation meets the national railway network. So we have to build these stations to get a real connection into the city. What experience shows is that if you build it, people will come. We saw that we upgraded 2 major suburban railway lines recently, the Esztergom and the Székesfehérvár lines, and we saw that in 1 decade we saw 107 and a 76% increase in passenger ridership, while at the same time the Lajos-Mizsa line, which runs at 40 kilometers per hour and 1 train per hour, and no upgrade were done, there was a drop of 46% in ridership. So this chart shows that if you invest into trains, people will come in huge numbers, even higher ridership numbers than what was expected before. But if we keep our rail infrastructure deteriorating, then they will change to driving their cars. And just in this example, in Lajos-Mizsa, actually there was a huge population growth in the southern district of the Budapest suburban area. And despite the fact there was a 46% drop in passenger ridership. In this strategy, which I'd like to introduce to you, we did a very detailed so-called potential analysis, which was a demand modeling for how much the train ridership could grow in the future in the next 20 years. We used international benchmarking, traffic modeling, a so-called demand estimation based on the current demand of transport modes, and historical data from what I showed you just now from upgraded lines to assess on which lines and which towns how much ridership growth is potential is there for railways. We found out that, as you can see on this slide, there is an 80% general ridership growth potential in the suburban region of Budapest, which is a lot. And as you can see, we would be able to save 115,000 car commuters from the system if we implement all the measures necessary to facilitate or to receive all this traffic growth. Because currently, this potential is already there. These people are already there and would choose the trains, but we don't have enough services to serve them right now. As you can see, in the city of Budapest, there is a 300% growth potential from the current, so a 4 times quadrupling of passengers is possible with new stops and new services. We did some international benchmarking as well, just to look at as a benchmark on Munich, which is a same size city like Budapest. Even the suburban area is almost the same. The ridership of commuter trains is almost 3 times higher than in Budapest, given of the reliability and the frequency of services, and given that they eliminated for suburban rail services this whole terminal station logic and created a metro-like railway tunnel for the '72 Olympic Games. connecting all railway lines underneath central Munich, and now they are building the second tunnel actually. So the main goals of this strategy is to mitigate the motorized road traffic in Budapest, strengthen the role of railways in the urban and suburban transportation, and as well in the international and long distance one, mitigate the main environmental problems of railways, serve new districts and new urban development areas and the existing neighborhoods of Budapest, improve the functionality and the public areas and the environment of the railway infrastructure because it's currently quite run down, and increase the capacity for freight trains throughout our system. The first project which we plan to implement is the upgrade of the so-called southern railway ring in Budapest. This is on the left Kelenföld main station, and we plan to connect it. This is an existing railway line. We are expanding it from 2 tracks to 3 and 4 tracks with new stations here, here, and here, 3 new stations, which are connecting to existing main metro and HAVE lines and suburban train lines, and connect the trains better into the urban fabric and provide extra capacity for suburban and long distance trains. This is as well not just a railway development but an urban regeneration project. We like to design the urban spaces and create an urbanized landscape around the railway alignment with a new linear park, leisure activities, sports facilities involving the local communities, and provide new crossings through the railway lines underneath the structure with new bicycle and pedestrian connections. These are just some visuals of the train stations which we are planning to build on these lines to create new urban connections for railways in the city of Budapest. And what comes next after this project is being implemented, this is already in construction tendering, is to further expand the capacity of trains and railways in Budapest. Currently, as I said, we have 42 trains per hour entering the city of Budapest. Through the modeling and the potential analysis, which I mentioned before, we found out that around 93 trains per hour would be necessary to arrive to Budapest to serve all the needs which are there and all the to unlock all the potential which is there in railways in the suburban region. We set up 2 scenarios to serve this need. One of these scenarios is expanding the terminal station-based system to grow the current terminal stations, Nyugati, Déli, and Keleti, and to provide more tracks and use a lot of valuable downtown land for this. But it's not a useful solution because, as you see here, in every terminal station, an arriving train is forced to change direction, and the arriving and departing trains are crossing their route. A single track could handle only 2 trains per hour, and terminal stations hence take up a lot more urban space. And even with expanding the terminal stations to all potential spaces around them, we would not be able to serve 93 trains per hour. So the only solution we could imagine is to create a through system where trains run through the city and not stop in terminal station dead ends. This is very similar to what we've seen in Munich, or what is already there in Warsaw, what Prague is planning as far as I understand, or what was implemented in Vienna with its main station. Transforming this into a Budapest language, on this picture you see an example from Leipzig. We would imagine a new Danube crossing in a tunnel, a railway tunnel, connecting the western and eastern railway lines through the city center of Budapest, providing new connections, reaching downtown areas better by rail, increasing the role of railways in urban transportation, and significantly increasing the railway capacity in Budapest while eliminating the need for maintaining the current terminal station overground and Déli pályaudvar. To have a look on this in the map, this would mean a new railway tunnel under the Danube connecting Déli pályaudvar and Nyugati pályaudvar. We are just in the launching of the feasibility study phase. The railway strategy underlined the necessity for improving the capacity under the Danube and through Budapest, because there is this need for extra trains running throughout the city. But how this exact tunnel could be built and when, this is still up to the feasibility study to prove. But in one of the initial ideas is that to connect these two stations, which you see on the map, with a two-track electrified exclusively passenger traffic system. This would be a 4.5 kilometer long tunnel with a 2.5 minute frequency for trains. 2/3 would be suburban, 1/3 would be international long distance traffic. This tunnel and these stations would serve as the arriving points for the long-term planned high-speed train to Warsaw, Prague, Bratislava, and Vienna. They would all come in from Kelenfeld to this area, and they would go through the city, and they would continue the route to the airport this way. And we think that this is the right way to go ahead. This is important because railway stations occupy a lot of land, altogether 660 hectares of land, including approximately 200 hectares of unused ground. Just in Rákosrendező, which is on this drone picture, around 100 hectares are waiting for urban renewal. So we think that really there is a significant chance for an urban renewal if we are able to rethink how railways work and operate, and if we can really shift their operations to the 21st century from its current state. As you can see here, a lot of valuable excess urban areas could compensate the additional costs of the tunnel above the current terminal stations and around them, and as well around and in Rákosrendező. This is a good example as well. This marshalling yard here is just next to Déli pályaudvar. As you can see, here is the Gellért Hill, here is Elizabeth Bridge, here is the Buda Castle. We are in the first district. These are the most valuable residential areas of Budapest, or one of them. And still, the cleaning of toilets of suburban trains is going on in this location. So really, the railways still occupy very valuable land in the city. And this whole operation related into terminals with terminal stations is causing a lot of capacity constraints, and at the same time, lack of efficient land use in the city of Budapest, which we would like to change. This is the example of the Déli railway station. As you can see, we are in the very center of the city. It's just next to here is the parliament, here is the Matthias Church and the castle. And this is the terminal station here. We could say that it's nice that the public transportation station is so close to the city center, but as I said, to provide enough capacity and more trains to arrive to the city, we would need to expand this. It's impossible here, or we need to create a situation where trains can go through. So in this logic, which I just mentioned, the trains would go underground even before this here, and they would cross the Danube underground and arrive to the Nyugati pályaudvar, which is just behind this green box on this slide. And for sure, in all suburban improvements, we need to invest in park and ride, bike and ride facilities, and the attractiveness of railway stations and intermodality around them. This is something which we have to look very carefully in all different lines and all different scenarios, but definitely without the capability to reach the railway stations easily, in the suburban sprawl, public transportation could not be competitive. That was very quickly my presentation. This is Nyugati pályaudvar as well. On the last picture, you can imagine that the tunnel would arrive somewhere here and join into the current railway lines, while Déli pályaudvar would be fully replaced by this tunnel. In this case, Nyugati pályaudvar would remain on the surface, and the extra capacity would be provided through this tunnel, exactly how it happened in Milano or with London Crossrail or Thameslink, or with the RER in Paris. So that's very briefly our concept. I could talk about this for hours and hours, and we have a lot more content, but I hope this brief introduction give you some food for thought. And if you have any questions, always happy to answer them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, David. That was quite interesting to see all this work, how will come together in one point. I have one question for you that do you think this is the right time to do it? I know the calculations, but maybe the audience can be interested in why now is the right time to launch this project?
I think that we are already late in some sense. As I said, the growth of the suburban region, the growth of the car usage in the region dictates that we have to invest in our railways. That's one reason for that. The second reason is that the state of railways in the central node, especially how, for example, Nyugati pályaudvar, which was the railway station on the last slide, is operating, really makes it necessary and unimaginable to not invest in them. The question is, if we really just renovate them, we just restore what was there 100 years ago and say that now it's shiny and new and it's digital, but it's the same, and the capacity is the same how it was 100 years ago, or maybe a little more with digital technology, but not the double of it. Or we ask the question, we really want to invest in restoring what was there before, or we really want to upgrade it to a whole new level. And this decision has to be made now. Honestly, it should have been made before, because the technological state of the railway stations dictates it. And the third issue is, the third aspect is that we are in the middle of the pandemic. We have to restore the ridership of public transportation as soon as we can. We are quite optimistic. Hungary is just entering a new lockdown tomorrow, so we don't know what will happen exactly. But until yesterday, I can report that around 80% of ridership came back to the suburban system. So it shows that the resiliency of public transportation is there in Hungary, which could be easily explained what I showed you before, that there is such a large need for rail services that if it's there, people will use it, even in between two waves of a pandemic. And we see that, or we hopeful about the new EU budget, which will hopefully provide unforeseen amount of funding for the member states of the European Union to recover from the economical effects of COVID. And we are hopeful that Hungary will be able to spend on railway infrastructure, as it's important from the climate change point of view and the economical recovery point of view. And we can start implementing this strategy from the next years, given the available European Union funding from the recovery and resiliency funds of the European Union.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming. I guess now it is time to move on with our final short movie from Zumtobel. And after the closing of this session, there will be a small Q&A session, hopefully, if we still have time. I'm not sure. Please start the Zumtobel movie if you could.
Hello again, we are back to the conference. Thank you very much to our supporter and partner, Zumtobel. Thank you very much for their support all the year 2020 and for their help all the year. It was very important for Share to continue the activity, to continue the conference. And without our partners, without Zumtobel, without Terasz Steel, without Armstrong, we couldn't do this. Thank you very much again to our partners for their support. Bordash, we are again in the conference, please.
Thank you very much. And it is The last speaker I am announcing now, who is Jim Hein, board director of Zaha Hadid Architects from the UK. And he joined Zaha Hadid in 1997 and just climbed up the ladder until now. He is responsible for the overall management and delivery of key projects.
Hello?
Okay, Jim, the screen is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
You're early.
Do you have the control?
No. Have you given it to me?
Yeah, there is on the top of your screen a view options.
Okay.
And then you can ask for remote control. And when you got it, you should double click on your screen.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Please.
Shall I start? Sorry.
Yes, you're on the show now.
Oh, okay, thanks. I was expecting to go on in 16 minutes, so you guys are running early. So, future of urban living. So I was thinking about this, obviously living through COVID, as we all are. It's obviously been quite dreadful for clear reasons. But I think it also gave us a real opportunity to experience and see our city in a very different light. So here in London, in the first lockdown, we experienced roads suddenly without any traffic. We were able to, where I live, I was able to walk freely across streets. And suddenly I felt I was in Holland or in Copenhagen, and there was a whole it became much more civil in London. And I think it gave us a glimpse of optimism. And I think I've seen through Europe, some countries or some cities in particular grab hold of this opportunity and really use it as an opportunity to change our cities, because in particular traffic and cars have really turned our cities into something that needs to be addressed. In London, we have huge issues with air quality, pollution, due to the density and quantities of cars. And we have significant issues in terms of just safety and how we get about our city. But I think it wasn't only that, there was many other levels to it. But I think we would all like to see out of COVID come a real opportunity for change. And it's interesting that a lot of conversation has been given, and this is just a diagram on the left showing the pollution levels pre-COVID in that belt around Beijing, this kind of industrial heartland of China. And what happened when all of that production stopped. And then that kind of led on to conversations and dialogues that this was a matter of choice and not necessity. Something I wouldn't agree with. I think globalization is a clear necessity for lifting many millions of people out of poverty. And it's a complicated issue. And of course, what was great is it demonstrated the cost in terms of carbon and pollution. And that's something that China is looking to address, and something that we all need to start addressing in a much more constant fashion. And so I think this diagram is really just showing, obviously China first, then Europe and the States and everybody, how that necessity will come back in terms of the returning to work, and the pollution levels will go back up, and our way of working and our occupation. I mean, there is obviously a lot of dialogue about whether this throws significant doubt on the idea of towns and cities, and I don't think it does. I think cities have faced these issues before, whether it was fire or disease, going back many centuries, and we've always looked and found solutions and overcame it. But out of it, you would expect, as I was saying, this optimism and this hope and the real political momentum to see significant changes and quick changes in our cities, and not this constant lag and this constant need to compromise and dilute everything to the point of having no effect at all. And I would really hope for an acceleration. And again, I think for obvious reasons, a single party state, China is really going to be showing the way. And I think for us, we have seen immediately a pickup. There's no sitting back in China. So luckily for us, we were very well placed in China. We have an office in Hong Kong. We have an office in Beijing. We've been there for the last 20 years. And so like the last recession, this recession again, the Chinese, for them, they jump in immediately. It becomes a stimulus in terms of pushing capital projects, and this is one. So these are commissions that we have picked up in China in the COVID period. Some of them began beforehand. This is a stadium for their next Asian World Cup, or later in the 2020s. It's in Cheyenne, this historic city, so it's kind of based on temples. But it is showing the confidence of China. We also got this commission for Oppo. I don't know if you know Oppo, a large telecoms mobile manufacturer in China. This is a very extravagant office building in Shenzhen, which is really expanding at such a phenomenal rate. And for this project, of course, this is not a kind of standard in terms of replication. This is a client looking to do something really unique, pushing the boundaries of glass. These will be insulated units, but they will be double curved and single curved, etc. So, but we're also doing a lot of other types of work, which is much more rationalistic and repetitive and efficient, but also looking to capture the kind of key characteristics we see in urban development in China, which is optimism, which is looking at mixed use. This is a techno park, and we've done several of these current designs, all progressing at a pace, looking to create mixed use urban quarters where you're creating office spaces, living spaces, retail, recreational spaces, and all on the basis of everybody coming together in this new urban quarter, which is very much based on density. And also for us, in terms of how we were responding in terms of design, it's the briefs coming forward are also focused on the humane aspect, the incorporation of nature, that these are walk cities, cycle cities. And so they're very human focused, and the scale, even though the density is there in the background, it's mixing the two. And we have done similar work elsewhere. This is a commission we picked up, one lucky to win in Budapest, also mixed use on the edge of the city, mixing residential with office and retail. And so all of this, I think, is really for us looking at the city, and I think I just want to talk today not only about the subjective aspects, because this is what we always talk about. What is the narrative? What is the poetics? How we approach the scale, the massing, the materiality, why this is appropriate, why this is more than just pure function, how it gets to emotional level. But there's obviously a bigger crisis facing us, which is the climate crisis. And I think for once, architects can talk on an objective basis from project to project. And it's something that we are starting to have to look at as an office. And we're obviously looking at it from a point of view of an office that needs to do a lot better. So I'm not in any way pretending that we are an exemplar, but I don't think very few are. But it gives me great hope when I see the mayor of Paris really grab the initiative out of COVID, introducing the 15-minute city, which I think we all know about, but really acting on it and really implementing it and really looking to go and start to change Paris. And I think there's real widespread support for it. And I think I would find that throughout many cities. And the only reason this hasn't happened in London to such an effect is because of the way the London mayor is financed. Coincidentally, one of my partners, Patrick Schumacher, did a kind of study based on walking and how certain walk distances could connect the city together. And but again, what was really impressive about Paris is the fact that it's almost going out in the night, transforming roads which were 2 lanes for cars, immediately taking over half of it for cycle lanes. And I think this really shows you this kind of the spirit of which we really need to tackle this and to turn it into a positive. This is a positive for how we occupy and get about our cities, and we really need our politicians to work with us and take this moment to really work with us to change our cities. And I think we're all aware, well, I hope we're all aware of the UN IPCC report calling for action by 2030. And we think it's hugely significant that China is putting its weight into this and talking about being net zero by 2060. And we will, in all of those projects, start to see this become more and more of an issue in China. And hopefully we see this elsewhere throughout the world. And it's uncontestable, the amount of work that has to be done. And this is just looking at the split between, and clearly, most of this is in the production of energy, and then obviously you go on to agriculture. But you can see down the bottom, the energy in use in buildings at 17.5%, which if you add in the actual energy that's used in buildings, I know sometimes this 40% is used against the built environment. I personally find this a little bit misleading because actually half of that is plug-in loads, such as the cooking or the computers. The other half or the other quarter of that is actually rail and roads. So as much as I wish to beat up architects and contractors, they can't be beaten up for all of this, but they're still significant. And what's more significant is that obviously about 6% is new builds, but 17% is due to existing fabric. And a lot of focus needs to be put on that, to not be demolishing buildings and to be refurbishing the existing buildings that we've got to a higher standard. And it's for all of those reasons that we signed up to the UK Architects Declare, not because we thought about a green wash or we thought about it was good for a PR, none of those things. We thought about it really to create another stick for which people can beat us, because there are plenty of sticks already, but this one we actually believe in. And this one, it's for us really to be constantly reminded that we need to do better. This is the only reason we added our name to this, and any profile that we've got is really to push ourselves to do better. And from that, we've started to undertake a review of our past projects, our current projects, and our future projects. It's quite clear that all of these certifications are no longer ambitious enough. What has been quite good is this document, and I'm sure each country has an equivalent, but the RIBA for once actually produced a succinct, short 4 to 6 page document which actually outlines clearly what we need to do. And it's clearly on operational energy and embodied carbon. And on those 2 factors and all the rest of the stuff that you get sucked into on LEED about biodiversity, and all of this is really, really a secondary or tertiary, or it's way down the list compared to these key carbon areas of consumption. And I would really recommend this document because it's very, very clear. And so for us, we've started to look at this. And I mean, one of the issues for us is that we work in a diverse range of regions, from Europe to Asia to the States, etc. And of course, all of that could give us an excuse. We could constantly say, well, the statutory requirements aren't there. We find it very difficult to persuade clients, and all of that is true. But this is universal. The climate crisis is a universal matter that goes beyond any site boundary, and we are now duty obliged to have this conversation, which, no matter how difficult it is, in all different regions with all clients. And so these are some of our projects that we just finished in the last year, but each of them we have done, we're looking at them. And obviously the first one is the large airport we finished in Beijing. And I know there's been a lot of criticism of, I think mainly just within the architectural community, but I could be wrong, of aviation and architects' involvement in aviation. But I would make the argument that aviation is key to globalization. It's key to lifting people out of poverty. Aviation will continue to expand, and it needs to address its carbon footprint. But I don't believe in this purist point of view that you start to cut off areas of our activity and say, no, we're not being involved in that. And then you remain in your ivory tower and you somehow don't engage with the world. I think we don't believe in that, but we do believe that obviously aviation has a lot to do. Same with national and international sporting events. So this is the stadium we just finished in Qatar, a beautiful thing, part of a beautiful football tournament. And we will still want these types of tournaments where people come together and congregate. And as a world and as a community, these are immensely useful for intercommunication. And in this stadium, this was a program that wanted to address carbon, and it was a discussion. Unfortunately, in the end, one of the key aspects addressing that was not implemented, which was the use of timber. This is an office building that we have just completed in Beijing. I think I'll go through these quite quickly. But all of these, and actually this project we've done for Penta Investments in Bratislava, is a good example of a low carbon design where through both what the client wanted to achieve in terms of budget, but also in terms of technique, we were really looking at glazing ratios, which are 50-50. So it's balancing high rise, which obviously has impacts in terms of what you pay as a premium for the structure, but it's the insulation and the quantity of glass is kept to a minimum to avoid overheating and the excessive use of cooling. And this is just another project we completed in Nuremberg. I'll go through, but also a project we completed in Hamburg. And all of these, we have to get to look at them, particularly from the embodied carbon point of view. And again, sand, gravel, crushed rock, which is obviously the key aggregate ingredients of concrete. And again, we don't participate in this point of view that you could somehow replace concrete with timber, or you could replace it with stone, which is a ludicrous argument. But and the issue with concrete is just that it's so immensely successful as a material. It takes local sand and gravel, mixes it with cement, okay, which has to come imported usually, and then, but it's success at actually using that and being cost effective and efficient, and there is ways to address it which needs to be done. Of course, the starting point in any project is to reuse structures, and we see far too much demolition happening. If I just think about the UK in particular, there seems to be a rampant participation by architects to particularly demolish post-war modernist buildings on the pretense of upgrading them for performance. So whilst this is a project we did in Antwerp, retaining a building that looks Victorian or post-century, but actually it was built after the war, I would really make the argument against any architect who's involved in the demolition of post-war buildings, because it seems to be. But we have looked extensively at the use of timber, but there is a degree to which its use just from pure efficiency, in terms of structural efficiency, it reaches kind of capacity issues. And this is looking at glulam and CLT planks. And when you start to look at it for offices where you have long spans, it becomes heavy and clunky. And I would really say hybrids where you're using steel or concrete and then combined with timber. And I know many architects are looking at this. But there is a downside to timber, which is that it is something that, unless it comes from a renewable source, feeds into all of these issues, from deforestation to the urbanization that comes in its wake. And unless timber is coming from a certified renewable source, and unless it's traveling a short distance from where it is sourced to where it's being used, you're just adding up the carbon. So it's not this easy calculation that you take out concrete and you just throw timber in as a word. But if it's traveling halfway across the world to get to where it needs to be used on site, it's a false economy. And of course, unfortunately, we had a significant fire in a high-rise building, which had nothing to do with timber, but timber is actually going to be one of the main consequences of what comes out of the regulation change in the UK due to the Grenfell fire in 2017, which is very, very unfortunate. It looks likely they will be setting a height limit in the UK of 18 meters, above which it'll become a very, very difficult issue to argue with local authorities. And it is an overreaction, because on the right-hand side, you see this fantastic high-rise timber project in Norway, and it shows you what's capable, what's possible, fully fire engineered and very, very safe. But and we ourselves have looked at using an old timber. This came out of our multiple stadium iterations. We found a client that wanted to do the most sustainable stadium. So we proposed to him, why not do everything in timber? Not only the roof structure, which is obvious, but also the rakers, the seating terraces, using glulam and CLT, and being able to do so to create something that looks appealing, that's not wearing its credentials on its sleeve, but actually is dynamic and attractive, but also uses very traditional techniques of the twin column with the beam, but creates something. But even this project, which is to be based in Britain, will face issues of where this timber comes from, because nobody in the UK makes engineered timber like this. So we will have to factor in getting this from France or Austria or wherever, unless somebody in the UK starts to produce it, and I hope they do. But at the moment, that would be something that needs to be factored in. And then this is part of the low carbon review that we did. So on the right-hand side is two of our recent towers, one in Milan and the one just in Beijing. And then we just compared it using the help of Max Fornham's engineers with the embodied carbon in two landmarks in London. The Leaden Hall one, which is the more recent one on the far left, and then the Gherkin, or the St. Mary's Axe, as its proper name is. And it's a little bit unfair, because the Gherkin, or St. Mary's Axe, is actually a very innovative tower project using atriums, etc. But it is really just looking at the embodied carbon in these projects. Surprisingly, we did well in Beijing. The Milan project did best because it used recycled aggregate from the buildings that it crushed on site. So there was no transportation, and the concrete was made on site, which is why it did so well. But it just shows you, if you then look at the targets of actually all of these buildings are just about, well, the two projects by us are just about hitting the RIBA 2020 target. We might scrape in with the 2025, but 2030. And that really just shows you what's ahead of all of us. If all of us are, this is not something that should be the exceptional. This is something that if we are to do what the UN is telling us, and if we are to see off this increase, and if architects and the built environment is to do its bit, we are going to have to reach these targets for every building, not the exceptional tower in Milan. And so this is the message that we are taking internally, that this is a huge issue. And of course, we can't get away, like I was saying, our concrete, or the use of concrete, has been fundamental to our practice. We believe the very fact that it is so common, it is why it is such a contemporary material. And it's not something, but we have looked at using cement replacements. So in this case, looking at using GGBS, and also using recycled aggregates. and I think very successfully to get the kind of fair face finish that we, so when you strike it, it has this blue kind of hue to it. And then over time, it returns to the normal grayish tones. So we found it to be a very, this was the first project we did in 2012 using the specification. And now for us, we need to try and use this for every project where we're using concrete. And in the UK, we've been able to do so. This is a project we did in Oxford. And I think really the challenge for us is to start to persuade this to happen in China and other markets where we're operating. And it brings us on to the other issue, which is the air tightness and the level of insulation. I think these are key factors of pushing beyond what's in the regulations. And also then testing how you achieve it. So this is the project we did in Glasgow. Okay, it's a big shed, which is why this infrared camera shows it to be working so well. There's very few openings. But on this, we achieved quite a good air tightness, just for the sake of the fact that there was very few windows. But what kind of key to us is that going forward, that level of air tightness you'll have to achieve on all types of building, offices and residential buildings with many, many types of openings. And of course, the key to it is the quality of construction and the thought and accuracy that goes into the detailing and likewise into the construction, which is why it's so interesting to see the off-site manufacturing discussions. But of course, the frame and the structure is where a lot of the energy is used. This is a similar project to Milan that we completed in Marseille with a double facade. Again, the concrete, but the double facade, unlike the Milan tower, was not a ventilated facade. This is just a naturally ventilated outer glazed screen, which significantly cut down the solar gains and allowed us to use chill beams, which is the first time the chill beams had ever been taken from Northern Europe and used in the Mediterranean. And again, just following through in terms of this has been completed since 15, and we've been back, and the chill beams and the overall energy consumption, the client is really very happy with both how the chill beams are working and the double facade and the level of reduced energy that they're having to pay for and use in the building. And it's something that we took on to a project when we have a commission to do a tower bank, the central bank of Iraq. So obviously, even in a more extreme climate than the Mediterranean, and looking at using fins to reduce the amount of solar gain, while at the same time balancing that with daylight. And it's really the analytical side to this and understanding the metrics and being aware of this and feeding that into the design. It still didn't stop us from creating a very iconic, complicated facade, which is on site at the moment. And I take the criticism that this is using too much materials. And again, it is something that we looked at for a project in London, is using a kit of parts and how those kit of parts could be put together in the most efficient way. So the overall kit between glass and precast creates the depth, the shading, the low glazing to solid ratios so that you have an overall low carbon design, but also doing it with the most efficient use of materials. And for us, it's an overall constantly moving circle of all of these components. But I think this, for us at the moment, is something that we're really giving a lot of thought to and self-criticism to do a lot better on this and to take this into our projects as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really thinking about your starting point, that how globalism can lift the whole poverty problem to a better level, and the buildings that you have shown us are really the other end of the world in this way. So how do you think that this high-end architecture can somehow drip the efforts down to the lowest levels of humanity. I mean, this kind of building is expensive, so.
Which ones? So they're not all expensive. So, and they're not all at one end of the market. I think we have done a range of buildings in a range of different contexts, and I think everybody deserves architecture to do more than just be some functional object for shelter and a place to sleep or a place to work. And we've done a school in one of the most deprived areas of London. And we've done, I mean, there's a whole list, and our whole portfolio was built on public projects, won through public open competition tenders. It wasn't something that we were some kind of luxury stars. We went in, and we still do this. And this is our still main interest. And our kind of main calling card was always to try and open up buildings, whether it's the building in Cincinnati or Wolfsburg or the Aquatic Centre in London, all trying to open them up to engage the public and to make buildings more accessible for everybody. And then, of course, from there, we springboarded to doing more private clients. I mean, it's still a fact that some of those are private commissions, but we are still an interest in the public engagement. And so I wouldn't, and I think I showed there okay, we're doing offices at the moment for OPPO, but OPPO employs thousands of ordinary people. That's one way of looking at it, but also we're doing these techno parks and urban regenerations, not only in China, but in Budapest, in Prague, in London, in Bratislava. And we engage with different cities, and everything is an opportunity for us. But architecture shouldn't sit back and be timid and be less empowered to try and engage with people and to create dynamic spaces which are contemporary and life-affirming.
Just asking it on a global basis, you know, that poverty has a very low level of building. Okay, so urbanism is driven by the favelas, you know. So half of the population will go to poverty. That is the main issue. I'm not very good at the numbers, but this is an issue. And what I'm thinking about that, if we, in the modern world or the advanced world, can do a better housing, a better living, a better architecture, a high-end architecture, compared to the people in poverty, can it be a good way in a global basis to really reach the goal that you have at the beginning of your presentation?
So, sorry, you'll have to. So
I just switched over to my Mac at certain point. So the question is, if we can make an advanced architecture, will this be, let's say, a developing force for the lower part of the architecture?
You would hope so. I had a client yesterday who put it quite a good way in terms of the proliferation of technology, that if you imagined at the beginning nobody had mobile phones or Apple phones, and now so many do, and that luxury becomes a necessity, is the way that he put it. And I think it's age old, centuries old, the connection between architecture and power and those with money and those who commission. And it's obviously, we would wish many things, and we try to show, and we try to push clients that even if they're doing a private project, that there is a civic aspect to it, that they are aware of the civic aspect. And I think the whole sustainability aspect of that is now becoming the key civic aspect of whatever you do. But in terms of having good quality housing for everybody, of course, I mean, we would all wish for this, but we're not being asked to do that. I mean, we can only respond to what we're being asked to do. And we have engaged with the subject, if that's the question. In some countries, it's part of what you do. So in England, it's part of how social housing is delivered. It's part of the price that a private developer pays. In different countries, it's different. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. I think for me, I know it's a big statement about globalization, and I'm not an economist, but I do see this kind of purist argument and reductive argument against aviation, and not that I'm going to stand and fight to the death on aviation, but there is complexities in all of these parts of globalization, and it has, I mean, it's quite self-evident when you see the change in parts of Asia, what globalization has done for them. Of course, there's been costs to that, costs mainly in the West, but I think that there is factors involved there, and all my point was that we shouldn't get so purist about this. We can't afford to be purist. We need to engage with clients. We need to engage with cultures and people, and help them by small steps. And we're not going to get there by big statements, which is just going to lock us out of the room, and we're not going to be asked to be involved.
Yes, absolutely. And I have a idea that it is sometimes too much that architects try to achieve on our own, I would say. So a lot of responsibility lies on the client's side. So maybe they should understand what the impact of the building truly is. So maybe this is the turning point where we can reach a better outcome.
Agreed, absolutely. I think for certain, we have been at fault in the past in not raising the subjects and not showing the data and showing the consequences of decisions. But there is also a context within which a client sits. It has to worry about its investment, about its future tenants. But I mean, I think the most optimistic thing, and I know it's done for political reasons, but for China to state that it's going to be net zero by 2060, and for what is effectively becoming the largest economy in the world with the largest population, that is a humongous statement of intent. And it will flow down into the built environment in terms of what they expect from it and how they expect to achieve it. So, and I think we've seen that with the way that they've delivered high-speed rail and all of the infrastructure and the leaps and bounds with which that nation has come about. So, and out of that will flow many other political, I mean, didn't Japan also recently start to talk about a similar commitment? And I think all of that is really something to be celebrated, because it starts to put, of course, we would all love a statutory requirement that makes it absolutely impossible for clients to do anything but the right thing. But at the moment, that doesn't exist. But we are starting to see it, hopefully, with large countries like China really seeing the opportunity and the commitment towards, particularly on the net zero commitments that needed to be made. And actually, I would say now the onus needs to come back onto the West to be making similar commitments, because I don't see them at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. And this is an interesting situation when China takes the lead towards such a unique question where you would think that China would be the last one to make such a commitment, and now he is the leading one.
Well, I think I agree, but I think we have seen by just working out there that once they make these decisions, they really start to implement them. And of course, you could implement this in many different ways. That there may be, and there's much detail to be yet sorted out in terms of what they mean by net zero and how they get there, and how much offsetting or compensation is going to be involved, or how much nuclear energy is going to be involved. I mean, of course, probably the best performer in the world is probably France, isn't it? Because of their complete domination in their market with nuclear energy. So I know it's not straightforward, but I think China does have a lot, for all its faults, it has immense ambition and optimism, and it has immense ability to turn and suddenly face a direction and start implementing. And I think that, given its stature, its growing stature in the world, particularly that it's turned to this issue, without knowing exactly how they're going to get there, I think that's still an immense statement and something to be really welcomed.
Can I say something here? Hello.
Hello, Jakob. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's. I like the presentation. Obviously, you're talking the same language as what we're trying to do here in Paris. That's why we called our presentation "Adaptable City," and I think a lot of the points that you're making are very, very good points. Architecture is not easy, you know. I mean, ironically, it's almost sometimes you wonder whether it's kind of almost counterproductive, you know, towards towards meeting all of these goals. You know, one would think maybe the most non-polluting thing is to actually not build. And of course, I think it's extremely difficult in a way to put all the answers, trying to get all of them together. And I think your presentation shows that. You know, but what's interesting in it is that you're showing what you're trying to do, you know, and what you're trying to aim for, and the different concerns. And I think today, as an architect, I think for all of the architects in the world, we should absolutely be looking at all of these issues in our own practices. They are contradictory issues. They are challenging issues. None of us have come up with, in a sense, we're coming up with bits and pieces of answers. And I think one's aware of that, in the presentation. I think I'm aware of it in our own work. But I think these challenges are the challenges of right now and where we're headed. And I think it's vital that the architects of the world really start to look at these issues completely seriously and use them not as a negative thing, but as an extremely potentially creative source of architecture. So anyway, I just wanted to add, a kind of answer from France, from Paris, and commend the presentation as well.
Thank you. Thank you. It's I think I wanted to be at pains to point out that I don't have the answers, and
exactly, and I think that's where we are all there. We've come through a period of a lot of formal, in a way, experimentation in architecture. We have come through a period of incredibly rich language development, where and being given incredible freedoms with and abilities, I should say, capacities with the digital revolution. But we're in a different space today, and it's a kind of a refinding space right now. And I think that's what we're all aware of.
Yes, couldn't agree more.
And it seems obvious that we won't have an easy answer. So
yeah, no. That's the challenge, because if we did have an answer immediately on the screen, then we, do you know what I mean? It wouldn't be, you wouldn't be placing the question, and we wouldn't be, putting these issues out. And I think that's where we're at right now. I think there's a lot of challenges out there, and we're trying to come up with answers. But, it's not easy, and it can be contradictory and very challenging. And I think that's where we're at. And I think hence your question. But, the exciting thing to say about all of that is it's actually a very experimental moment. And I think in architecture, we should totally take that as a very rich, very interesting moment. And so we should really be taking that in a very positive way.
No, exactly. I think architects are always complaining about their lack of agency, and looking back in the past and believing that architects in the 60s had particular agency and that we no longer have it. And I agree completely that this is a real opportunity, but I think we need to talk about it as a positive thing. And if we get too Puritan, I agree with this contradiction that if you didn't build anything, you wouldn't be creating carbon impacts. But the fact is, we are going to keep growing as a population. We are going to have to keep growing as an economy in some form. And we all want to keep living and affording things and doing things. And that's the reality that has to be factored into this. So
it's absolutely right. Your whole discussion on the concrete. I remember being in Oslo on a conference and being sort of indirectly told that, if one built out of concrete, it was a crime. And I cannot agree with you more on this. With the concrete is an extraordinary material. It's a modern, contemporary, and will be in the future material. And what's interesting is what we're doing now is we're challenging it as a traditional, the way of using it, creating a lot of pollution in making it, and we're challenging it with green versions of the concrete, recycling. There's a lot of interesting experimentation. It's not all there right now, but the material is not going to die overnight, and its use, we should not think that it's going to be put to the side. I think your point is extremely good on that, and I would, only second it.
It's interesting, actually, when we did the Aquatic Centre in London, and the structural engineer was talking about the use of GGBS, you suddenly discover that there's this whole byproduct being piling up in Cornwall that came from the potteries industry, which was, and it's called the Cornish Alps, and it's all this fly ash that has just been sitting there waiting for a use. And of course, and there must be so much more of that, and there must be so much more experimentation and technology that can turn waste products into useful materials that we can use in our built environment.
Absolutely. And that's what's interesting now, because we're asked to accountability, as you say, and it's done through calculations. We never had to do this kind of thing before. And it's good. It's a good thing. It takes a lot more work, but in doing so, I think it will help us also experiment and find new ways of making architecture.
Absolutely. And it'll turn us into engineers, won't it?
Creative engineers.
Or ecologists, because there is an issue if we put a lot of engineering work to decide whether to keep one material or to keep it and throw it away. And now the reality in my practice is that it is still cheaper, for example, to completely get rid of stone pavement and build a new one, bringing the material from, example, China or whatever. And it is still cheaper to get a totally new material, and it is stone, so you could reuse it.
But have you been asked to do a calculation based on carbon footprint, bringing it from China to Hungary? And have you been asked for a calculation based on reusing local stonework in terms of, you know, local employment, keeping resources close to home, etc.? And have you been asked to give those to the client and show what's better in the long term?
No, not yet. We are just ahead of it.
No, I think my hunch is that, you know, that's what we're talking. That's what we're really saying here, is that the architect now is asked for those calculations. Certainly, our clients in France are asking that for that accountability, and it's becoming a huge issue. And I think in the long term, those calculations, if you really look into them in their full implication, you'll find that China doesn't look interesting, and you find that the local market looks extremely interesting.
Yeah, if we sort out the priorities, absolutely, yes.
And I think that's a very good, that's a very good example of where I think we should absolutely be heading. If we're not doing it, other people are. It's not just the architects, you know?
Okay. That was a quite good debate. Just.
Yes, thank you.
At the end of the conference, traditional, I have a question for you. What is your message for the young?
The world is theirs. So they have everything to look forward to, and I think it's an amazing moment. I think when I was entering into college, all the pessimism around the Cold War, or I wasn't that old, but at the end of the Cold War, and into a recession, and I think it's kind of similar in the sense of there potentially will be some type of dip coming. But I think there's, as we were just discussing, there's a huge moment of change coming for our industry and the world at large, and and they will be the future leaders of this. So it's a real moment of ability to participate and to make that change.
Okay, thank you, Jakob.
Yeah, McCellin, not Jacob, but that's okay. I think the same thing. I think there's two very recent things that have happened in the last couple of days. We woke up and found that we have 90% effective vaccine, I should say, that's been developed. That's pretty amazing, and that's pretty exciting. That's a short-term thing, but it's an extremely interesting thing because it represents a medical breakthrough in the way that we're using reworked DNA to fight the virus. And that's never been done before in the history of medicine. So it represents a new breakthrough in the way we are using science and technology to come up with an answer in 6 months, which is an incredibly short period of time to come up with a vaccine, and which apparently is 90% effective compared to what needs to be at least 50% effective. So I think that's an incredibly positive foot forward in a period when we've had a lot of, auto self-doubt, doubt as countries, doubt around the world. Combined, I would say that's a great message about, we need to pay attention to the science. It's a period that I think we're entering into, which is hence the whole discussion on calculations. and accountability, using the right materials, using, I would say that will, anyway, I think that's a positive short-term message which has big implications in terms of the right use of science and working across, bringing all the talent of the planet to work together. That was an American-German project, but was using other cultures to work on the calculations. So I think it's an amazing national project that brought up, that came up with a vaccine in such a short period of time. I think the world, in terms of architecture, we're heading into an incredibly productive period, which is alluded to a little bit in this last talk, which is why I liked it as well. In architecture, I think we need to be working together. We need to be working across cultures. It's one culture. It's not a separate series of countries. And I would like to then add that to just the results of the American elections, because I think that would be another thing which has just happened, let's say, in the last few days, which I think is also incredibly positive. I think two positive things happened on the same day. One is that, the new transitional government in America had their first meeting on COVID, and on the same day we had the announcement that there was a vaccine. And I think they're great steps forward. And it's not about politics, and it's not about medicine. It's also very much about architecture and your future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Bordash?
To have the same question to be answered?
Please.
Well, I think that it is quite clear that everybody wants to leave a trace somehow. So when a young man becomes an architect or just decides that he wants to be an architect, there is a wanting that you want to leave a trace, and that's what should be a little bit rethinked. That maybe the next generation should learn, or our generation now should learn how not to leave a trace, how stay calm and stay healthy, but it doesn't mean that you should stop living. I'm not talking about that. Mm-hmm. But all this effort that drive people to do something should be placed on an ethical basis. Mm. And I think now more than ever, architecture should be a link, a bridge between the larger issues and the smaller acts, but what people can do in his life. So maybe this is my message.
Nice message. Good message.
Thank you.
Here.
So this is the end of the conference for today. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope to see you tomorrow to our next conference for V4 countries. Will be a conference in Krakow. We'll start at 2 p.m. with very nice speakers and very good lectures. Thank you very much to the Hungarian Chamber of Architects, to the Budapest Chamber of Architects. Thank you very much to the President of the Budapest Chamber of Architects, Mr. Balázs Csapó. And thank you very much to all the participants today, all the speakers and supporters for this conference. Thank you very much. If you have a message for the finishing or not, we can close the conference here.
Well, simply thanks very much for having us. Huh? Very enjoyable, very interesting. And I look forward to the next couple of days watching.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you. See you.
Bye. See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.